This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
Proportion to me is the lived experience of our Division III student athletes. They balance life from an academic perspective and the rigors of competing at a high level, bonding with teammates and building lifelong friendships. But they also are involved in their communities. They work jobs and internships and volunteer. They've learned to be resilient. Diverse experiences are setting them up for the future.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, being a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
I believe sportsmanship is a mutual admiration and respect for your fellow competitors. We all go through a lot to reach the point where we compete against one another. It's important to realize that. So once we're finally on the field or on the court or on the starting block, we look at each other as fellow human beings and not just competitors. Being able to recognize the hard work that other athletes are putting in creates a more positive and inclusive environment.
We welcome you live inside the campus of SUNY Oswego for our coverage of the NCAA Men's Division III Men's Basketball Tournament. I'm Jacob Bradley, joined today by Tommy Tallarino and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, a big weekend ahead for basketball here.
Yeah, you know, we saw the pod here. It's in Oswego. We got John Carroll, the Blue Streaks versus Albertus Magnus, the Falcons. Then later on, we got the Oswego Lakers versus the Marymount Saints.
A lot of great matchups coming here this weekend in Oswego. A lot of great basketball to come, and starting of an exciting tournament here.
Absolutely. I mean, we all love March, right, for that one reason, a little bit of March Madness. So get your brackets out, get ready to start some marking. But let's talk about the four teams that we have in here today. We've got, of course, you mentioned it, Tommy, the John Carroll Blue Streaks up against the Albertus Magnus Falcons, and then later on we have the Marymount Saints up against the Oswego State Lake.
Yeah, I'll talk about the John Carroll versus Albertus Magnus matchup right now. This is an interesting one in my opinion because the Falcons right now, they're third in the country for rebounding. You know, they average almost around 46.5 rebounds a game. But both offenses are top 50 in the nation right now.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how's that rebound advantage for the Falcons going to favor them in this one.
Well, Kenny, I mean, these two teams here, this John Carroll, like you mentioned, John Carroll and Albertus Magnus, couple teams that have really stepped up big time. So, Kenny, I just want to get your quick opinion on the matchup that we're looking at tonight.
Well, we got a couple of big-name teams. I mean, Albertus Magnus, they came in and they upset the #1 team in the country. No one expected that to come from a smaller school down in New Haven, Connecticut, and they came out and they beat the #1 school in the country. Well, John Carroll, they got upset against Marietta, the team that Oswego played last year in the Sweet 16, in their semifinal, for the OAC tournament.
Tommy, you mentioned the rebounding for both
Yeah.
these sides. It's going to be certainly a board-heavy game today.
Yeah, a lot of these tournament games are board heavy. They depend on what the free throw situation's looking like, what the turnovers are looking like. So it'll be interesting to see.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at both these teams in a much more in-depth analysis. We'll be right back here. We allowed to throw.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad
I
weather, who
learned a
would you
lot of
turn
valuable
to?
lessons
I
playing
turn
college
to Storm
football.
Team 10.
I never
No,
thought
but you
about
gotta
the
say it
health
like this.
benefits
Storm
of
Team
exercise
10.
until
Say
I
it with
actually
me.
started to
Storm-
talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go in a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No,
right
but you've
here.
got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Roll it.
Jill
Should
told
we
me it
tell
was
him?
Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
Al Roker.
We welcome you back inside the studio for our coverage of men's basketball Division III tournament. We welcome you back in here, Jacob Bradley, Tommy Tallarino, and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, before we left you all off on a break, we talked a little bit about these two teams today and the matchup that we have at hand, the four teams that we'll be looking at all throughout the day. Let's start, though, with the teams at hand. In the early game, we'll start off with those Falcons.
Yeah, the Albertus Magnus Falcons, they are a streaky team. Got off to a slow start, lost 5 in a row. Then they won 5 in a row and had a 6-game win streak. They had an amazing month of January, 9-2 on the month. This team, if they're hot, they are dangerous this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could look at their last 2 games. They won their semifinal against Emmanuel 75-71, a close matchup, and then beating the #1 school, as I previously mentioned, St. Joseph, winning 83-79. Right now, they're on a 5-game win streak. As you can see, they have 84 points per game and 16.4 turnovers a game and 9.2 steals a game, playing a lot of really good defense.
Yeah, those steals are the thing that jumps right off the page to me. Almost at 10 steals on the season per game. That's pretty solid for this team to look at going forward. We're looking at teams that are going to, especially if you want to make a deep run in the tournament, Tommy, of course, all of us big basketball fans here. So we know how, in order to play and go far in the tournament, you need that defense to step up. You look at teams in the past that have won national titles, it's that defense. So that 9.2 steals per game, Tommy, that's jumping off the page.
Yeah, that's huge. Defense wins championships. That is it's been talked about a lot throughout the history of basketball. Averaging almost 10 steals a game is huge. They're getting in the passing lanes, they're picking people's pockets. They're running in transition with those steals, so they're averaging about 84 points a game. That's due to the fact of the number of steals.
Absolutely. Kenny, you mentioned earlier on the tournament, the GNAC, Of course, this Albertus Magnus team was the winner of this GNAC, beating that #1 team overall in the nation, St. Joseph's. And overall, Kenny, this team looked absolutely dominant in that tournament.
They absolutely did. They were 14-4 on the year versus the GNAC and ended up coming out on top. And they were not the favorites to take the GNAC, that's for sure. A lot of schools that people would have considered better in this tournament, and, well, they just prevailed and seemed to be the best team by far.
And, Tommy, one of the things that jumped out on me, that first-round victory over Colby Sawyer, 128 points the Falcons put up. That is incredible.
Yeah, it was a 54-point difference, and they had 5 double-digit scores. So that game, it was really offensively balanced game compared to other games in the season. So that jumped out for me.
When you talk about the offensive balance, Tommy, let's take a look now at a couple of the guys that we've got on this team. It really is a balanced overall field scoring-wise, but I got to ask you the question, how's that going to face up as we get deeper in this tournament?
I think it's going to play to their advantage. You know, they do have 3 players that average over 10 points. You know, Dawkins leads the way with 17.4. But the 3 top scorers, they're all upperclassmen. So they kind of lead by example. So you can kind of rely on these guys to go get a bucket when they need to.
Well, Kenny, Tommy right there mentions that senior class. How important is it at this level to have that deep senior class that you can kind of rely on?
Well, you definitely need those seniors for a lot more than just their skill set. These players have great leadership in the locker room. They've been around basketball for a long time, and they can teach some of these younger guys some of the ways around here. I mean, this is their first time back in the NCAA tournament since 2019. So some of these seniors may have been freshmen when they first were in this tournament. So now they're going to learn and grow through these past couple of years, the ups and downs and the tournaments, the GNAC and the NCAA.
Absolutely. And Tommy, you mentioned the distribution of scoring throughout their top scorers. 3 guys on this team with 10 points per game. Kind of similar, like I asked Kenny, having those guys at the top that you know any day one of them could pop off and maybe score 20, 25. How good is that to know you might have 3 solid options each game to drop double digits for you?
I think that's great. You know, it gives a coach for like, hey, we need you to go out and get there, get something going for this offense. And, you know, Dawkins and Washington, they were both all-conference players for this team. So having that pedigree coming into the tournament and with how on fire they are, that's really good for the offense.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk about the tournament. We talk about how big this whole thing is. And one of the key parts is momentum. It's that mojo. And this Falcons team absolutely has that. They have looked dominant in 2023, Kenny. They've lost 3 times in 2023 in this calendar year, 2 of them to St. Joseph's, and they just knocked off St. Joseph's to win their conference championship. So, Kenny, this team is looking really, really solid over the last couple months.
They are looking dangerous, and they are on fire. A scary team you want to play. Earlier on when they were streaking, you wouldn't have thought they'd been as scary as they are now, but right now, those birds are on fire.
We talk about the momentum game, Tommy. Some teams grab a little wave and they ride it all the way. Is this a team that we can look at as maybe using that momentum to make a deep run?
I think so, just because of how streaky they've been all year. And one thing I want to point out, that was their 11th championship game in a row in their conference. They finally got over the hump of beating St. Joe's. You know, like we said, we lost to them twice. I think that's going to propel them up further, getting over the hump and being able to beat that top team that you couldn't this year.
Absolutely. We're looking at a really scary team as we get deeper into this tournament. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we're going to take a look at the opponents, the John Carroll Blue Streaks. We'll be right back.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Shine on that black. Look at the bling. Do we got a diamond tester on? Yeah, that's getting bad. Yep.
10 out of 10 recommend on Yelp.
finally score, we're going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone. What? I should take your phone away. No. I'll call for a ride. Wait, why does my face look like that?
I'm playing with these new face filters.
Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine. Kevin, I need that back. No. Kevin!
We welcome you back for our coverage of the NCAA Division III Men's Basketball National Tournament. I'm Jacob Bradley, joined by Tommy Talerino and Kenny Gerard. And on the other side of the break, we talked about the Albertus Magnus Falcons. It's now time to flip the script a little bit. Let's talk a little about those John Carroll blue streaks.
Yeah, you know, you're going to hear a lot about John Carroll, how they're only team in the pod right now that didn't win the conference tournament. But they still had a great year, 22-4 on the year, 16-2 in conference, and they proved that they can beat the ranked opponents. You know, they beat Wheaton College, who were ranked number 24 at the time, and then Mount Union, who was number 3 at the time. So this is still a high-powered team. You see they scored 82.2 points. They know how to score.
Yeah, and Kenny, one thing that jumps off to me, less turnovers than the Falcons right there. Only 12.5 they're averaging a game, a little bit closer when that steal-to-turnover ratio.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a balanced ratio. Nothing's really jumping off too hard besides the turnovers. I mean, it's a lot less, and they have better ball control, better passing, and it seems like maybe that chemistry is almost a little bit better with John Carroll so far this year.
Absolutely. I mean, this John Carroll team, we look at that right there. They're 80 points around, 82 points per game, really solid. Look at the points allowed, though. It's that plus 10, Tommy, that we're looking at between the two teams.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why is because they run in transition. They're a really fast team. They get up and down the court really fast, and it plays in their favor.
Absolutely. Let's take a look now at the tournament that they just played in the OAC. Didn't go as well for them as it did for the Falcons. A semifinal loss to Marietta, knocking them right out of that tournament. But Kenny, I'll start with you. They're here anyways. They're here in this round of 64. At the end of the day, that's where you want to be. So coming off that loss, how important is it for John Carroll to walk out with a victory today?
So as we had mentioned last time, the mojo of these teams are very, very different. The mojo of this team seems to be a little bit lost. They haven't played in a while, and they come off a really harsh loss in a tournament that they should have won. Ranked number 10 in the country right now, they're a team that deserves to be here. Don't get it wrong. But these guys really need to come out with some fire, and they need to be energetic. You got to put that loss behind you against Marietta, and you got to look forward.
Absolutely. Only 2 losses against conference opponents you mentioned, Tommy, for this John Carroll team. One of them, of course, the detrimental one, the one that knocks them out of the tournament. But now, like I say, they're here. So how are they looking to rebound?
I think you just got to focus on the positives on the season. You know, I know in the tournament game, they blew a lead. It was 39-21 at half. You got to throw that out the window. Now you got fresh legs. They're probably one of the freshest teams in the country right now. So that, I think, could play in their favor. And you just got to battle. Absolutely.
We talked a little about the scoring distribution from Albertus Magnus. This team's a little bit more condensed. We've got 2 guys up on top of their scoring chart. We've got Luke Chacon and Luke Frazier. And gentlemen, you want to talk about a dynamic duo. We're looking at one right here.
Yeah, you know, the double L's, as I like to call them. You know, they're a great backcourt pairing for this John Carroll squad. Both are sophomores and D1 transfers. That's another thing about this program. It has 8 transfers, which has really played in their favor. Frazier, 16.4 points per game, and Chacon, 15.3 points per game. Can't do much better than that.
No, you can't. Luke Frazier leads the team in points in the season with 426 points put up.
Yeah.
That's a lot of points. And those 2 guys have been absolutely outstanding, both selected to the first team of the All-Ohio Athletic Conference.
Absolutely. And you look at those 2 players, I'll kind of ask you guys the same question that I asked you guys about Albertus Magnus. When you got 2 guys out there that are kind of taking it into their own hands and knowing that you've got 2 guys that are averaging over 15 points a game, how important is that, Tom?
I think it's really important because, you know, you've seen all year that these guys can step up. These are the guys that the team's going to turn to and get a bucket, maybe get that clutch 3, maybe get that clutch assist. You know, we see Chacon, he's got 5 assists for the team. He's that point guard ball handler, and I think that's really important for this John Carroll squad.
Yeah, these 2 guys have great chemistry. I mean, the same names, maybe call them the Splash Brothers, whatever you want to call them, they have a great chemistry. And so far, it's been working out. You don't be a 22-4 team on the season for nothing.
Absolutely. You talk about how long it's been since they've last played. That time off, their streak no longer around anymore. They haven't played since the 23rd, so we're looking at a team, like you mentioned, Tommy, they're fresh.
Yes. And we talk about that streak. Sometimes, when you go into a game with a streak like this tournament, that could be a bad thing because that's all you're thinking about.
Yeah.
Now they got fresh legs. They don't have this pressure on them. They can upset a lot of people here in the tournament.
Yeah, sometimes you find it hard to move forward from one of those big tournament wins. That seems like the biggest win on the year for them, and they got to realize, we got to move forward. Like with Albertus, they're still stuck on that championship win. This team, they lost. They're fresh, and they're thinking, we're out for revenge. We want to do something now.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's not how, like you say, Tommy, all the time.
Yes.
It's not how hard you can hit. It's how hard you can get hit and come back. So we already know this team coming off of a loss. They had a lot of time to maybe work on some of the kinks in practice and come back even stronger and better than ever. So it's going to be interesting to see how they've made those adaptations since the last game.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. What are the adjustments going to look like? You got knocked out of the semifinal game. Why? Got to deep dive into it, see what you did wrong, and just fix the mistakes.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to send you over to where all the action's happening over in the Max Zeal Gymnasium. We'll be right back after this.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
Welcome back to Major Discussions.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Hey there, I'm Al Roker, class of 76. Yes, way back in 76. Back when the earth was cooling. You're watching WTOP.
We welcome you back, and we are just minutes away from tip-off from the Max Zeal Gymnasium. My name's Jacob Bradley, joined by Tommy Talarino and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, we've gone through each team in depth, so I think we've done our jobs here. So with that being said, we got to introduce everybody to the men in the Max Zeal that'll be giving you the play-by-play and the color rolls for today. We're going to send it down to the gym with Brian DeMuro and Ryan Joyce. Boys, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Max Zeal Gymnasium, and thank you for joining us for the NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Tournament. Today we've got a first-round matchup between the Albertus Magnus Falcons and the John Carroll Blue Streaks. Albertus enters this game fresh off of a conference championship with a 19-9 overall record, whereas John Carroll was upset in their semifinals of their tournament, but they are 22-4 overall. With me today, Ryan Joyce. I'm Brian DeMuro. Ryan, we got a great matchup today for the first round of the NCAA tournament. This should be super fun. We got two really good teams, both with great records. What are your expectations for this game?
Yeah, it should be a good one. Both teams, Albertus Magnus 37 in the ranking, John Carroll 52 in the net ranking. Should be a great game. Both teams play the same style, very fast pace, get up the floor. The one difference is that John Carroll, great three-point shooting team, over 35% as a team overall, and Albertus Magnus, more of a physical team, looking to stop that today and stop Carroll from shooting the lights out, which they've done in the past 5 games and all over the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Albertus, one of the best rebounding teams in the country. So we got some players to watch in this game. Both teams can really light it up. Who is your guy you're really looking to focus in on for Albertus?
Yeah, for Albertus, it's going to be the shooter, Antonio Bonilla, the junior, the Truett McConnell transfer. He's one of the best shooters in the country and in the GNAC. He 75% from the line, has made 70 of 210 three-point attempts on the season, and he had one game this year where he absolutely shot the lights out, 36 points, made 10 threes against St. Joe's, who they previously won in the last game to make it here to the NCAA tournament. So he's a chance any day, any night to shoot the lights out, and he's a player that this John Carroll team's really going to have to watch out and make sure he does not get points on the board.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Albertus did beat St. Joe's, who was the #1 ranked team in NCAA Division III this year to get in their championship game. What about for John Carroll? Who's the guy you're looking at for them?
Yeah, for John Carroll, it's going to be Luke Chacon, the transfer from Youngtown State, who played there in the 21-22 season. He's averaging 15.3 points, 4.9 assists a game, and 3.8 rebounds. Top 20 in the nation for assist and turnover ratio. He's related to Coach Moran, so family connection here at John Carroll. And he was a first-team OAC honors this year, and he's going to be one of the top players for this team. He's a leader for this team, the point guard, and he's going to be a go-to for the John Carroll team for a chance to try to play and make it further in this NCAA tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams play similar styles, as you mentioned, Ryan. Both want to play fast-paced, but Albertus does definitely have the size advantage. They got Justice Washington, 6'7", 270. Like I said, they lead the country in rebound margin. So what's like the focus for John Carroll on their end? They're smaller, they can shoot the ball better, but they're definitely undersized.
Yeah, I think the advantage is just getting shots up quick. This Albertus Magnus team in the half-court set is really physical. We saw it when they played St. Joe's in the GNAC championship game. They had a bunch of turnovers, a bunch of steals, and if I'm John Carroll, you got to get the rebound, get up the court, find that wide-open shooter. You're a shooting team. You got to go to your strength, find your shooters. And for Magnus, they're a team who is very physical, like I mentioned. They will press up with you, man-to-man defense, not afraid to throw in a man-to-man full-court press. So if I'm John Carroll, I got to get the ball up the floor quick and find my players and score quick.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a really good game coming up. The winner of this one will face either Oswego State or Marymount tomorrow night. It should be a really fun game. We're going to head to break, and after this, we'll have starting lineups and tip-off from Max Hill Gymnasium.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No,
right
but you've
here.
got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Jill told me it was Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
Al Roker.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
Welcome back to Maxfield Gymnasium here for Albertus Magnus Falcons versus the John Carroll Blue Streaks. Ryan Joyce and Brian DeMiro here. We got the call for you. This is one of 2 games here from Maxfield Gymnasium tonight. The next one will be happening right after this with SUNY Oswego going up against Marymount. Ryan, we got a good one here, as we mentioned in the pregame. 2 teams, both of them know how to score, both averaging over 80 points per game. It should be a fun one here tonight.
Yeah, it should be a good one. And both teams, like we mentioned, play 2 different styles of offense. Albertus Magnus, more of a more physical down-low presence team, and Carroll, they can shoot the lights out 35% as a team, and they can get hot quick. But there's a lot of shooters in this team. Jacone's a shooter, Fraser's a shooter, Higgins. All these guys can really light it up from deep. And that's something you have to watch out here in this game today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I want to highlight one thing here for Albertus. You know, their player, number 24, Justice Washington, he actually played on this 18-19 Albertus team when they did make the NCAA tournament. In that game, he had 19 points, 5 rebounds. What can that experience do for not only him, but for this whole Albertus team? Because some could consider them the underdogs, worst record in this game. How can his experience help them?
Yeah, that's key. A guy who's had NCAA tournament experience this year, Dawkins, 17 points per game, 50% from the three-point line, 55% from the field, and he was a GNAC tourney MVP. He's really the go-to guy here for the Falcons, and he's a first-team all-conference for the GNAC. And like you mentioned, he was on that team in the 18-19 season. They hadn't made it since then. He's a guy who's a graduate student, wanted to get back, came back for the extra year to try to make an NCAA tourney run, and they did, and they had a big win, like you mentioned, Brian, beating that St. Joe's team who was previously undefeated on the year. So they're coming in high right now. Beginning of the year, the Falcons they lost 5 in a row, and now they're on a streak winning 5 in a row, and they're really playing their best basketball at the end of the year, which if you're a team and a coach is what you really want to do. And today we'll see if they can keep it up against a very good John Carroll team who brought in 8 transfers over the season, and many people were doubters, but a turnaround season here for Carroll, and they're trying to keep it going here tonight in the Max Deal.
Absolutely. So we got starting lineups here for you. First for John Carroll, we got number 0, Luke Chacon, going along with Chase Toppin, number 4. Luke Fraser, he's our leading scorer, averaging over 17 points per game, joined by Luca Eller, and to round out the 5, Henry Rayner, number 20, and for Albertus, number 1, Tazon Daniels, along with their leading scorer, Terry Dawkins, Antonio Bonilla, Malcolm Duncanson, and as we mentioned, the aforementioned, number 24, Justice Washington. Just about set for a tip-off here from Max Deal. Rayner and Washington to take the tip. Albertus going right to left on your screen. And the blue streaks of John Carroll going left to right. Albertus controls, and they go with Daniels. Into the front court quickly. Swinging around, Daniels controls in the left wing. Swings it over to Bonilla. Bonilla controls the top of the key, gets a screen. Pull up. Off the front of the rim, no good. Rebound, and it goes out of bounds. It's going to go to John Carroll.
And Bonilla, my player to watch before the broadcast, getting shots up early. He wants to see if he can keep that hot streak going. And now, like I mentioned, Brian, a full-court physical press here for Albertus Magnus to start the game, and we'll see if this takes a toll here on the John Carroll team.
Here's Luke Chacon, their second leading scorer. Passes it over to Luke Fraser. That is their leading scorer. Fraser gets a double screen back to Chacon. Chacon on the right wing. Makes a move. Drive and kick. Here's Fraser. Fraser drives right. Pull up. Tough mid-range shot. No good. Rebound. And they do control. That's Eller. He kicks it back out to Chase Toppin. Toppin drives. Chacon. Pull up 3. It's good. Luke Chacon gets going early. A three-pointer. And John Carroll's on the board first.
Yeah, and Chacon, like I mentioned, the leader of this team, big shot early. Not many threes, not many options there on that possession for John Carroll, but finds the open spot and knocks it down.
Daniels three-pointer. Back rim, no good, and it's rebounded by John Carroll, and they're off. Here's Frazier on the left wing. Gets a screen from Eller. Frazier, kick to Rayner, into the corner to Chacon. Chacon drives left into the lane. Left hand, what a pretty finish, Luke Chacon.
And a great start there from Chacon, like a Bevo Francis Award Watches winner. Finalist, and quick start early here, 5-0 here with 18:23 to go.
Bonilla misses the three. It was rebounded by Washington. He gets fouled underneath. They're going to have a baseline out of bounds here. Quickly into the game, Washington's going to take a rest. Saquon Williams is going to come in for him, number 45. Yeah, as you mentioned, great start here for Chacon. He's got 5 early points. Here is Williams. Williams dishes to Dawkins, their leading scorer. Dawkins drives left. Cut off there by Rayner. Pull up, mid-range. Tough shot, no good. Rebound fought for, knocked out of bounds. Going to go off of Chacon and stay with the Falcons.
And Albertus Magnus 0 for 3 so far here shooting. And Carroll, the undersized team here, they're playing very physical, trying to stay with what Magnus usually plays in their game. And so far, Magnus has got nothing going here.
Here Daniels slips and he stepped out of bounds. It's going to be a turnover. It's going to go the other way. You know, we mentioned the Falcons having the height advantage. Do you think they need to get the ball inside a little bit more, try to really be physical? Because they have the height, they have the size. They've been settling for a lot of outside looks early on.
I think that's what they've been trying to do early, but I think that Carroll is playing more up to the physical standards that they usually don't do. But
Frazier steps out of bounds there as on the drive attempt, and it's going to go the other way, another turnover.
Yeah, I think if you have a player like Justice Washington, who is second-team all-conference center and one of the best big men in the country, he's got to be a focus to get the ball to if you're the Falcons here today, and just get it down low. Use that size advantage to your advantage over the smaller John Carroll team.
Here's Malcolm Duncanson, driving kick. That's Dawkins. Dawkins back up top. Bonilla drives, tough contact layup, gets it to go. Nice drive right there. That's Antonio Bonilla. He's on the board, and so is his team. Nice pass inside on the other end. That's Frazier dishing to Luca Eller. Beautiful speed inside for the deuce.
And Luke Frazier, the league scorer for this Falcons team, being able to do it all as their travel called. And it was a great start here for John Carroll, keeping the energy up. The bench is going crazy, and now we got a timeout here. But John Carroll, what a start here so far. 3 for 4 from the field and 5 quick ones there from Chacon. And great timeout there by Albertus Magnus because it's starting to get away here early.
Yeah, that's Coach Mitch Oliver. He has a postseason record in his 13 years of 30-5, so he knows how to lead his teams to victory. He had his 8th GNAC tournament win this year over the last 14 seasons, 74% win percentage. And this guy, he knows how to coach his squad. The record, it might not say that they're like the best team in this tournament, but they can definitely cause havoc. As we mentioned, they're on a 5-game win streak. They knocked off the #1 team in the country, St. Joe's, in their conference championship. So this is a team that you can't underestimate if you're John Carroll, despite the good start early.
No, you can't at all. And Magnus, 12.5 rebounding margin on the year, which ranks second in the entire Division III conference. And if I'm John Carroll, you're playing great early, just getting the rebounds, because this is a team you do not want to get down early against.
Here's Frazier, top of the key, gets a screen from Eller. Frazier, drive, pull up, mid-range, leaves it short, and it's going the other way. Here's Daniels. Daniels into the corner, deflected out of bounds. Nice hands there by Chase Toppin. It's going to stay with Albertus.
In both teams so far, Magnus not the fastest team, not the best fast-paced team, but John Carroll's forcing them so far to fasten up the game and just make it quick. And a little uncomfortable here for Magnus so far, and try to get down low now and play their half-court style of offense.
Dawkins pull-up shot. It's blocked away by Rayner. Nice defense there by John Carroll. Ball is now fought for on the ground. Players on the deck. Comes away to Terry Dawkins. He goes up and gets fouled. He's going to go to the line for 2. That's Terry Dawkins, number 5, 17 points per game, 8 rebounds for this Falcon squad. He is their guy. I believe they actually got Luca Eller for that foul. It was not Rayner. That's going to be his second. So an early sub is going to be coming in here for him because he's in a bit of a foul trouble.
And Dawkins is a very good free throw shooter, 72% from the line so far. So he's key for a down low player like him getting to the line and getting points here for Magnus team who's struggling to score so far.
Will Jantek into the game for Carroll. Dawkins goes 2 for 2 from the line. We got a 3-point game. Here's Rayner. Rayner gets to Frazier. They break the press and they set up. Chacon at the top of the key. Hesitation. Drives left into the lane. Floater is no good. Foul's going to be called on the floor here. It's going to go against Tayshawn Daniels.
And Chacon, a little undersized player, averages 4.9 assists a game, 3.8 rebounds. Trying to score here early. Normally a player who runs that point and tries to get his teammates involved.
Chacon gets it in. Sorry about that, Ryan. Chacon gets it into Jantek, and early and often he goes up and gets the and one.
And like I mentioned, all-around player. He's scoring quick, but what a great find there. The Albertus Magnus players did not know where the ball was, and just an easy up and over there to Jantek, and 2 points there, and now a 5-point lead here for John Carroll.
Chase Toppin's going to take a seat. Jerry Higgins III into the game for John Carroll. He's another player that can really score for them, and he does a lot on the offensive end and on the defensive end with his rebounds. Jantek misses the free throw, and Albertus down the other way. Fadeaway mid-range shot is good. That's a nice shot. Malcolm Duncanson creating separation with his body and getting to the fadeaway. Hesitation here. That's Chacon. He drives and gets fouled again. Chacon's got that ball on a string, Ryan. You know, he's really quick. Nice hesitation. He's able to get past the defender. He's drawing fouls early, trying to get Albertus into a bit of foul trouble.
Yeah, and so far, he's just trying to, they get the ball in and just run it up the court. Chacon's one of the best players at doing that in the whole Division III, but so far, yeah, he's been too quick for this Magnus team to stop him, and he's looking to do everything here tonight.
Driving Sabrin, get a charge here. It's going to go the other way. Charge called on Higgins. Nice defensive play there by Albertus. Word of note, number 1 for Albertus Magnus, Tayshawn Daniels to the bench. He's got 2 fouls early, so some players here in foul trouble. Daniels for Albertus, also Eller for John Carroll. Here's Duncanson. He passes back to Bonilla. Bonilla kicks inside. Dawkins doesn't shoot it, kicks it back out. Here's Duncanson. Duncanson finds his teammate. That's Slade. His drive into the lane is good. Jason Slade, excuse me. That's a nice take from him. He's new into the game. First points on the board for him. Here's Frazier. Frazier drives right. Going to get called for another foul here. Going against Malcolm Duncanson. Riding his arm a little bit on that drive. He's going to get called for the foul.
Yeah, and Frazier is one of the players that this Magnus team, that was their game plan, try to stop him. So not many shots here early for Frazier. 0 for 2 so far, not able to get nothing going. But Chacon, like you mentioned, Brian, he's stepping up so far. 5 points, 2 from 2 from the field, 1 3-point, and he's an assist in 4 minutes of play so far. And they're playing their brand of basketball, and that's what you got to do, play that quick speed. Like I mentioned, this Magnus team in the half-court set, they play that tough physical defense, trying to stop the shooting here from Carroll, who's a great 3-point shooting team, over 35% in the year. And
yeah, and I think he's another guy that you want to just continue to keep going here. With 15:39 to play in this first half, he got 5 early points, as you mentioned. You want to continue to get the ball into his hands and make sure he can get shots up. Another player, like we mentioned, Luke Frazier, 0 for 2 to start. He is their leading scorer, but you want to continue to get him the ball as well, get him some open looks. His first 2 didn't go down. He left 1 long. The next one was short, so he's trying to find his range a little bit.
Yeah, that's what's tough about the John Carroll team. There's so many scorers on the floor. Chacon, the scoring leader so far with 5, like I mentioned, and that's what happens when you have great dynamic players like Frazier, Chacon, and Toppin on the floor. You don't know who to guard. There's so many guys on the floor to guard, and that's always going to leave someone open, and someone's got to step up at some point, and so far Chacon has been the step-up player here for John Carroll. And I'd like to know, Brian, so far, Magnus a great rebounding team. Like I mentioned, second in NCAA in the rebounding margin at 12.5, and John Carroll's holding their own so far, tied at the rebound battle for each, and that's something to note that Carroll's playing way above their size right now.
Chacon goes in, no foul there. Might have been looking for some contact. He misses, and they're on the other way. Here's Slade. Slade to Bonilla, left wing 3. It's good. Smooth stroke. That's Antonio Bonilla. And just like that, Albertus has their first lead of the night.
And Bonilla is not a guy you want to leave wide open. Like I mentioned, he shoots 33% from 3, one of the best shooters in the GNAC. And he's a player, he can get hot early and quick, so don't let him get open.
Fraser's shot is way off. It's the right side of the backboard. He still hasn't been able to find his stroke. Slade goes in. It's going to be a travel call on Jason Slade, looking for Bonilla in transition. Tough turnover there for Albertus after they forced the stop, tried to go and get another bucket, weren't able to do it, turn it over again.
And Slade trying to play that fast brand of basketball, but Carroll's been faster so far, and it leaves you in a tough situation. Travel there from Slade, and turnover has been the name of the game here so far, and that's why Carroll
Gonna have an offensive foul here called on number 2, Connor O'Toole, just into the game, an illegal screen, trying to set up his teammate Chacon. It's gonna go the other way. So the turnovers have been something that both teams have struggled with. 4 for John Carroll, 3 for Albertus. They really have, both teams defensively have been forcing these turnovers early and often, but not a ton of points off of those turnovers.
No, yeah, and it's just the capitalization so far from both teams hasn't been there. Like you mentioned, 4 turnovers compared to 3 turnovers, and it's just a tough defense they're playing. The man press defense is tough to get any shots off here so far, and when you get the steal or the turnover, there's nowhere to go because this team on John Carroll and Magnus are just back and playing a tough defense, and not many shots here so far. Teams are shooting. Magnus is shooting 44% from the field, and Carroll 50% from the field, and it's been a little bit of scoring drought here with scoreless for John Carroll in the past 2 minutes, and as we have a stoppage here in the floor, and yeah, no team has been able to get it going. It's just been back and forth so far. So you really want to see who in the first half who's going to take that big step and go on a little scoring run here.
Yeah, and for John Carroll, their last game, they were upset in their semifinal matchup. It was a tale of 2 halves for them. In the beginning of the game, they were up by 18 at half, and then they gave up 58 points in this second half to lose that game. So a good start here for John Carroll as well, but they got to continue to sustain it throughout the entirety of the game. And Albertus has a lead right now, so it should be interesting where we're coming down here almost halfway through this first half.
And a little zone here for Carroll. We'll switch it up on Magnus, and we'll see how they tested. Magnus not a great shooting team.
Bonilla's pull up, in and out, no good. Rebounded by Jantek. Here's Chacon, swing pass. Higgins in the corner. He drives. He looks, finds Chacon. Now Fraser in the corner. Hasn't been able to get it going yet. Luke Fraser. Here's Higgins, left wing, pump fake, got his man in the air, drives. Oh, and he's met at the rim. What a block there. That's Kevin Crawford meeting Higgins at the rim. Inside, that was Jason Slade. He looked like we might have had an up and down there. It might be an up and down. The refs come together. They're going to call that, a turnover for Jason Slade. Just got caught midair, nowhere to go.
Yeah, and going back to that play from Crawford, he's the energy guy off the bench here for Magnus today. He 1.4 steals a game, 6.9 points per game, 2.6 assists averaging on the season, and he's the energy guy. He gets in the game, pushes the tempo, plays tough defense. He will most likely guard your best player on the floor, and what a great play there from Crawford. Big block from the junior.
Gonna have a foul here on the floor. Jason Slade gets caught with his first, reaching in on Chacon. Again, Chacon, 3 forced fouls on him early this one. He's really getting wherever he wants to right now on the floor, but his team's still down by 2. Here's O'Toole, pass to Chacon. Chacon drives, kick. Chase Toppin, 39% shooter. It's good. Chase Toppin, big time 3-pointer, puts John Carroll right back in front.
Yeah, Toppin, big 3 there from him, the sophomore from Cleveland Heights, Ohio. He was a second-team OIC honor this year. He had 14 points in the last game against Marietta, and he's really the plug here for this Blue Streaks team. He's a 6'1 guard, but he plays bigger than that. He can play and guard 1 through 3 positions on the floor, and he's really a big player and big impact here for this Blue Streaks team, and going to be huge going forward here for this team into the tournament.
Slade with a pass inside. Nice finish there. That's Avery Hinnett. He gets it to go on the inside off a beautiful pass there by Slade. Here's Chacon, right wing, gets a screen from Jantek. Tries to split 2, loses the ball, turnover. Here's Slade, dishing it off. Driving inside, that's Crawford, loses it, another turnover. Then Higgins gets stripped. That's Bonilla in the corner. It's good. Beautiful stroke. Antonio Bonilla off of a crazy possession. He gets a 3 to go. And Albertus retakes the lead.
Yeah, Bonilla already 8 points here in this game. He struggled in that St. Joe's game. 2 from 8 from 3 against St. Joe's in that championship game. And so far, like I mentioned, previous in the broadcast, you do not want to let him get hot early because he's a guy who, when they're going down, they're going to keep going down. So he's a guy for this John Carroll team. You got to watch him from the corner, from the top of the key, anywhere on the floor. He's a threat. And what a big transfer here, the junior from Tenafly, New Jersey.
Yeah, he's 3 of 6 already, made 2 threes, 8 points as you mentioned. Here's Toppin, averaging just over 10 points per game. Hands off to Frazier. Frazier drives right, dish, swing to Higgins. Higgins facing the 3, finds Yontek, back to Higgins. Another fake, give and go, not there. Swing out, Toppin, top of the key, same spot. Not the same result though. We're going to get a foul here though on the floor. It's going to go against Albertus. I believe that's Terry Dawkins who was called for the foul. David Gentry into the game, number 33 for the Blue Streaks.
And Magnus, a team who had struggled early offensively in this game, they're now on a 5-0 run in the past minute 30 and 5 of 6 from the field. And they're a team who this is their type of game. They're trying to be physical down low and get the ball down low. And Bonilla, he's a great shooter to have for their team. And we have to see the players like Washington and Dawkins will wear down this John Carroll team and force them to shoot bad threes.
Yeah, Washington back into the game now after taking a bit of a rest. Henry Rayner goes 1 of 2 at the line. What a rebound by Toppin. He puts it back up and in. Beautiful play. There's Chase Toppin getting on the glass and getting on the scoreboard.
And Toppin, like I mentioned, only 6'1", a little bit of a smaller guard, does not play like that. Plays more like a 6'5", 6'6" forward. And that's a big rebound score there for Toppin.
There it is again. Washington just back into the game, gets the offensive rebound, puts it back up and 1. He's going to head to the line with a chance at a 3-point play.
Yeah, and Washington finally gets on the board in the game. He's a player who's second-team all-conference center in the GNAC, and he had 68 blocks, which was 16th in the entire nation this year. And he's had 13 double-doubles this year. He's a double-double machine, averages 1 on the season. And as he misses a free throw there, he's going to be big because he's a big down-low presence here for this Magnus team. And going into this game, we got to give him more touches here if you're Magnus to keep this lead going.
Here's Toppin. Nice pass inside. That's Gentry. Gentry, 1 dribble, goes up, can't make the layup. Rebounded by Washington, and we're going to have a foul here on Gentry coming with the reach from behind. And it's going to go back to Albertus. As we got a timeout here on the floor with 11:52 to play here. Albertus Magnus up 18-15 on John Carroll. You know, as we mentioned coming into this game, we noted that rebounds and three-point shooting was going to be a big keys to the game for both these teams. Albertus shooting 50% from 3 right now, which is way above their average, 2 of 4, a small sample size, obviously. But that being said, they're shooting the ball really well from all over, 50% from the field as well. They're getting high percentage looks, and they have an early lead, whereas for John Carroll, they're struggling from the field, but they're also shooting the 3 ball pretty well, just over 66%. So far, how do you think these teams have executed their game plan?
I think so far, this is the kind of game we expected, a very physical game with Magnus up 18-15 with 11:52 in the first half. But I think both teams so far, I think Carroll's had the edge so far. Even though they're down in the game, they've been out-rebounding so far in this game, 9-8. And I think it's been a game of turnovers so far, Brian. A lot of great defense, turning the ball over. Carroll with 5 and Magnus with 4, and it's just been a game of who can find the shooters first. And like you mentioned, they're shooting well from the field, but have only taken 14 shots on both sides. So I think it's going to be down who wants them more, who's going to be more of a physical presence. And we thought it'd be Magnus, but so far Carroll's been playing that game. Players like Toppin has been going in for rebounds and playing tough on one of the best rebounding teams in the country, Magnus. So going forward as they come in here with a little zone switching up here for Magnus.
Bonilla, corner 3. Little heat check, wasn't able to get it to go. Rebounding, here's Frazier. Frazier swings over to Toppin. Toppin, nice move, passes defender into the lane, right-handed finish. What a pretty move from Toppin.
And Toppin, he's the 3rd or 4th best scorer on this team, but he's so important, like we mentioned. Nice little Euro move there to the right hand and a layup there.
Pretty move. That's Justice Washington going to the drop step, right-handed finish. Here's Rayner to Higgins on the right wing. Higgins, beautiful pick and roll. Rayner can't get it, but he gets it back in the post. Left hand hook shot, no good. Rebounded by Washington. Here's Jason Slade all the way down the court, and he gets called for a travel there. Another turnover. You know, it's a couple of times now we've seen Jason Slade kind of lose control of the ball and have a turnover in transition.
Yeah, he's trying to be fast with the court. He's trying to play the game that John Carroll normally plays, a quicker pace game, But so far, both teams are getting down the floor quick. There has not been many wide open shots, and it's just they're playing tough offensive defense right now.
Henry Rayner, right hook, no good. Washington, another rebound. Yeah, Slade's only a freshman, so he's young. He's got some time to develop, but definitely some turnovers you don't want to see. As a block at the rim, Crawford gets his shot denied. And here's John Carroll on the other way. Here's Jantek into the lane, left hand. It's beautiful. Nice hook shot there by Will Jantek for 2.
And great move by Jantek. Nice little left-handed floater there. He had all tourney honors earlier in the year at the Kellogg tip-off tournament, and he's one of the most important players here on this Blue Streaks team. He had 13 points against Marietta in the last game, and he's playing his best basketball coming down the stretch here for NCAA tourney time.
Slade's shot is short. Here's Higgins to the corner. Top and back to Higgins on the left wing. Just under 10 minutes to go here in this first half. From Max Zeal Gymnasium, Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro with you for this first round of the NCAA tournament. Taken away. Here's Slade. Gets it up. That's Crawford, and he loses it out of bounds. Oh, he had Bonilla wide open underneath. That's a bad turnover. Coach Pete Moran is livid on the sidelines. Just an unforced error. Another turnover here in an easy transition opportunity, it looked like.
And just an easy one there for Magnus, and just doing a little too much there. Turns the ball over, and the turnover game keeps going. 6 turnovers on both sides here for both teams, and even the easy ones aren't falling here for both teams today.
Jantek uses the glass and gets the little shot to go from 3 feet out. John Carroll retakes the lead, 21-20. Here's Dawkins to Bonilla. He's been their leading scorer with 8 points. Turnover. Chacon comes up with it. Chacon probing top of the key. This is to Frazier. To Jantek. Jantek driving in on Washington. Goes up with the right hand. No good. Rebounded, though, by Rayner. Rayner gets it poked out from behind by Daniels back into the game. It's going to go out of bounds. It's going to stay with the Blue Streaks. Avery hit it back into the game along with Jason Slade replacing Tazon Daniels. Here's Chacon inbounding. He gets it to Jantek. Jantek into the lane. Contact, no foul. It's off. It's rebounded. Here's a swing. Back. Chacon, right wing. Pump fake. Step back 3. Puts it in. Nice shot, Luke Chacon. He's hot. He's got 8 points. 2 3-pointers here early on. And John Carroll extends their lead.
A big 3 there from Chacon. He's been the go-to scorer here so far in this game. But can't overlook the rebound there from Henry Rayner. 2 big rebounds there and multiple possessions there for the Chacon 3. And like I mentioned, Brian, John Carroll out-rebounding 13-11 right now. Not their game over this great rebounding Magnus team, and so far playing their brand of basketball.
Terry Dawkins gets his first field goal attempt to go. Here's Chacon. Pull up. 3-pointer. Oh, it's pure. Luke Chacon is feeling it right now, folks. He's got 3 threes, 11 points on the night. Hands in the face. It does not matter. Beautiful shot by Luke Chacon.
And Chacon's feeling it right now. He's making everything and getting the shots up. That's a little hot shot right there from him. And another great defensive play there from Chacon.
Pass up, top in, leaves it from behind, but it's fouled. It's going to go against Kevin Crawford here in transition, stopping the break. It was on the floor, so it's going to be, it's going to be a 1-and-1 because John Carroll is in the bonus.
And Chacon, like we mentioned, Brian, great start so far. He averages 15.3 points per game on season, has 11 here in the first half with 8:02 left in the first half as well. He has 11 points, 4 from 5 from the field, has not missed a 3 so far, and he's done a little bit of everything. 2 assists, 2 steals, and in 9 minutes of play. He's been the go-to guy here for this Blue Streaks team, and he's been very important as Frazier, who has yet to score in this game, the leading scorer, who averages 16.4 points per game. He's only taken 3 shots, and when the Blue Streaks have needed a guy to go to today, Chacon has been the offensive spark here for this John Carroll team.
Toppin goes 2 of 2 from the line. He's up to 9 points. And John Carroll with a 7-point lead over Albertus. Under 8 to play in this first half. Here's Dawkins to the corner. Bonilla, quick trigger. Nothing. Rebounded. Chacon, they're out. Chacon, head of speed all the way into the lane. Left hand. Oh, what a finish. Luke Chacon with Dawkins all over him. Gets it to go down the other way. Here's Crawford, and he goes up with the jam. Excuse me, that was actually Avery Hinnett with the dunk. Teams are going fast-paced back and forth. Here's Frazier with the layup, no good. Rebound again. There's Jantek up, no good. Rebound, fought for, and eventually got by Albertus. Back and forth these teams go. Here's Slade, in and out, crossover, right-handed layup, no good, but he's fouled. Going to the line for 2. Will Jantek gonna get called for the foul. Here, Ryan, we got some back and forth action, fast-paced turnovers, dunks, threes. We got everything here in this one. It's been a fun first half so far.
Yeah, and we finally get a break here. Both teams are just flying up and down the court. Chacon has been just everywhere, like I mentioned here today. And Carroll now with a 31-24 point lead, 31-24 lead here with 7:17 left in the first half. And so far, they're playing a great brand of basketball. 4 from 5 from 3, 48% from the field, and they're on a little spark here so far. They have 4 for 5 from their last 3-point from behind the arc. And like I mentioned, Luke Chacon was my player to watch before the game, and he's done a little bit of everything here today. The Youngstown State transfer playing for his relative here. And, yeah, so far, just a great back-and-forth game here. And we saw a little more shots up here in the past 5 minutes after not seeing many early. And if I'm Magnus, I just got to slow it down a little bit and get the ball in the half-court set, get it to some players like Washington, who's only had 4 points so far, and try to go to their play of game.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Chacon, Youngstown transfer, also Luke Frazier, a transfer formerly at Ohio University. So we got some Division I experience on this John Carroll team. And another thing that we mentioned early was the rebounding, how Magnus is actually, they lead the country in rebound margin. They out-rebound their opponents by 13 on average. They're getting out-rebounded right now. John Carroll has that advantage, 15-12. So that's got to be really where John Carroll feels pretty good about where they're at right now. They're out-rebounding, and despite having 6 turnovers, they've forced 8 turnovers. They're out-rebounding Magnus, and Chacon's feeling himself. He's got 5 of 6 from the field, 3 of 3 from the 3.
Yeah, this is a team. 8 new transfers came in this offseason. Many people were doubters. Last year, John Carroll only had 2 wins in the conference, and it was a big turnaround. They're 18-16 overall last year. Like I mentioned, 2 for 13 in the conference, and they got some big transfers here for this John Carroll team, and they had one of their best seasons yet, 22-4, 16-2 in the conference, and ranked 37th in the net. And this is their first tourney appearance since that 2018-2019 season, and they don't want to give it away. They got some great players here and don't want the opportunity to go away. And so far, 6-point lead here, are playing great.
Little high-low action. Right hand, no good there for Rayner. Gets his own rebound back to Chacon. He settles down. Chacon slips, and it's turnover. Bodies flying all over the place, but here's Slade inside. That's Duncanson. He goes up, nice right-handed finish. Malcolm Duncanson with the layup, and the lead is cut to 4.
And Slade's a little crafty player here for Magnus. He's only a freshman from Stamford, Connecticut, 44% from the field, and he's playing quick today. He's getting the ball and running up the court like right here.
Bonilla, step back, left wing 3. Air ball, rebounded by Duncanson. He gets a layup to go. So there we are again. Albertus on the boards, get the second chance opportunity, and it's a 2-point game.
And Albertus now on a 5-0 run in the past minute. They've gotten some quick scores here from his turnovers here, and there's another one there for John Carroll, and it's just been a swing after swing here tonight, Brian, and it's really who's going to have the momentum at the end of the game, because there's still 6 minutes and 21 seconds here left in the first half, and it's just been a swing on both sides.
Yeah, that's going to be Jantek's second foul. He is going to stay in the game here as John Carroll goes to the bench. They bring back Luca Eller. Here's Dawkins. Again, we got a little 2-1-2 zone here, or a high 2-3, you could say, for the Blue Streaks. Swing to Slade. Slade spinning, driving right. Pulls back, mid-range shot. Hits everything and then goes down. Nice shot there by Jason Slade, and we got a tie game here.
And Slade now 5 points He's done a little bit of everything. Like I mentioned, 5 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Everyone on the floor. Young freshman doing a little bit of everything here. They get this Magnus team back in this game, and now we have a tied ball game here with 5:43 left in the first half.
Slade driving left is poked out of bounds by Frazier. Frazier, another missed shot on the other end. He's now 0 for 4, and he's just been stuck on the basket for him. He hasn't been able to find his shot or get any to go down. But like you mentioned, Chacon, Toppin really stepping up as we're going to get another sub here. Jantek is going to go to the bench, and Henry Rayner is going to replace him.
Yeah, Frazier only 5 shots here so far in this game, nothing to go. They're playing great defense here, this Magnus team on the leading scorer for this Blue Streaks team, and players like Chacon has stepped up and Toppin 9 points, and he's a guy who has not left the floor here. He's played all 13 minutes here in the first half, and he's playing great defense, but the offensive is where we're going to have to see Frazier step up.
Dawkins misses the 3 as the shot clock was winding down, and it's rebounded and taken the other way by Chacon. Chacon drives left, and here's Frazier. Still hasn't gotten a point in this one. Puts it up. Short again. Another miss there for Frazier, but Chacon gets the rebound. Another second chance opportunity. Frazier, deep. Back of the rim, no good. It's fought for, and we're going to have a foul. It's going to stay here. Albertus can't believe it. It's going to go against Terry Dawkins. It's going to be his second foul, and Henry Rayner's going to head to the line with the 1-on-1.
Yeah, Frazier finally checking out of the game. Feel like he was forcing a few shots there for John Carroll, and what a great play here today for Rayner. He's had a couple great rebounds, second chance points here from the sophomore from Cleveland, Ohio, and he's going to the line here for 2 free throws.
1-on-1 is missed, but another rebound. That's Toppin. Nice rebound. He gets it back now in the left corner, and it's set back up top with 15 to shoot for Chacon. Chacon, in and out move. Beautiful dribbles, and he draws another foul. Going to go against Slade. Going to be his second. Luke Chacon has completely controlled the tempo of this game, Ryan. He's controlled the offense, and he's going to go to the line with 2 free throws now with John Carroll in the double bonus.
Yeah, and he's a player who struggled in that last game against Marietta, only 1 from 10 from the field, and he knew he has to step up here to have a chance for this John Carroll team to keep advancing in the tournament, as he makes a free throw there. And he's a player. We've seen him today, Brian. He's been going fast. He's been going slow. He's been managing the tempo of this game for John Carroll and has forced this Magnus team to have 10 fouls here early in the first half. And he knocks down 2. He is now at his 15, now at his season average, and he's been huge so far. Only missed 1 shot from the field.
Here's Robbie Simmons into the game for Albertus. Swing. Here's Duncanson. Duncanson cut off on the right wing. Swings to the corner. Finds Bonilla inside to Washington. Washington going to work. Right hand up. Gets fouled. And he'll be heading to the line for 2. I think that's really where Albertus needs to live right now, Ryan. In the paint with Justice Washington. You know, they don't really have a lot of people that can stop him. You know, he's one of the best players here for this team and in their conference and in this country. So you got to really get him the ball inside. 6'7", 270. You got to send 2 his way.
Yeah, that should have been the game plan from the start as he knocks down a big free throw. He, like I mentioned, he leads the GNAC in rebounding and field goal percentage. He's a guy, you give him the ball, he's going to score. And so far, it's been a little bit of a fast-paced game here and not been able to get him the ball in the spots he likes it. But Magnus needs to slow down the game here, get it to one of your best players on the team. And like you mentioned, 6'7", 270. Big dude down there to get the ball to. And if I'm Magnus, that's going to be the game plan. Slow it down a little bit, get the ball to him, get him in his spots, and he's most likely going to knock it down.
Here's Frazier back into the game. He finds Chacon. Chacon gets the screen from Eller. Chacon, deep three-pointer. Back of the rim, no good. Rebounded there by Rayner. Frazier, three-pointer from the right wing. Can't get it to go. Just off. Frazier can't believe that he's struggling this bad. He's now 0 for 8 from the floor. But the offensive rebound again, that's their 20th rebound of the night. 21st, excuse me. And Luca Eller's going to head to the line here with 2 more free throws for John Carroll. Eller knocks it down. That's his 3rd point of the night. Puts John Carroll back in front 34-30 with 4:08 to play here in this first half. From Max Steel Gymnasium, Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro with you for this first matchup of the tournament. Round of 64, Eller's shot is no good. It's rebounded by Washington. And now here's Duncanson. Duncanson swings over to Jaqual Gertrude, his first minutes of the game. Simmons now to Washington, back to Slade. Slade, drive, 1-2, stripped away by Chacon. It's on the floor, diving on it, now picked up in the corner. Wild shot there by Duncanson, crazy possession, and it's going to go the other way after the miss.
And Carroll is staying that 1-3-1, a little tough here for Magnus to get shot off.
What a pass. Chacon to the corner. Higgins can't get it to go, but another rebound. Here's Higgins' drive, and it's going to go the other way. He lowered the shoulder. Duncanson was there to take the charge. It's going to go the other way. A tough break there, because I think that Higgins knows he had two shooters open on that left side of the court after the great rebound by Rayner. But again, another rebound. They now have 24 to Albertus is only 16.
Yeah, and what a play there from Duncanson, the young freshman from West Haven, Connecticut. Put your body on the line. That's the game you got to play. You're a very physical team. You're going to get in the boards. You're going to get steals, blocks, but put your body on the line. As this Carroll team's been looking to get to the line here, and just they're going very fast paced. Put your body on the line, set your feet, and a great play there from Duncanson, the freshman from West Haven, Connecticut.
For John Carroll, Coach Pete Moran, he's in his 6th season as head coach. He actually graduated from JCU in 2008. He's got a 58% win percentage. As you mentioned, last season was not really what they wanted, but this year, the great turnaround, 22-4, as you mentioned, scoring over 82 points per game. They shoot 35% from the three, and this game is no different. They got 44% from three-point range right now, and they're holding Albertus to only 25% from the three-point line. So that's really been the key here early on. But despite all that, despite how well John Carroll has played outside of their leading guy, Luke Frazier, who is, again, no points, 0 for 8 right now, they only do have a 1-point lead. So really, this is anybody's game right now as we hit the 3:28 mark of this first half.
Yeah, it's been the first half of run so far. John Carroll now 1 for their last 11, 1 for the last 5, and not much happening offensively after that run by Chacon. And Magnus now, it's just they're playing their type of game, and they have to capitalize here after slow John Carroll past 5 minutes. And John Carroll stays in that 1-3-1 zone.
To the corner, that's Gertrude. He drives, baseline pull-up, tough shot, no good. Rebound, Washington puts it up. It's too easy for him in there. Gets the rebound off the air ball, puts it up, and puts it back in. Justice Washington with 8 points now. Here's Toppin. Toppin drives left. Nice kick inside to Eller. Eller goes up. Denied by Simmons. Jump ball. Great defense there by Robbie Simmons inside, forcing the jump. It is going to stay, though, with John Carroll.
And another great defensive possession there from Magnus. They forced 17 turnovers and 10 steals against St. Joe's in that GNAC championship game. And doing the same here tonight, as Carroll has 9 turnovers, and they're just throwing the ball over the place here in the past couple minutes. Nowhere to go offensively.
Here's Chacon driving left hand. Pretty finish with the left. Oh, Luke Chacon, he's got 17 points. Only missed 2 shots in this first half. He has been on one for John Carroll early on. Simmons drives. Side of the backboard, no good. Rebounded by Chacon. Chacon all the way into the lane. Layup with the left. Oh, he had all the moves on that one, just not the finish. And here's Slade going the other way. Slade, head of steam into the lane, gets hit, no foul. Layup is good. These teams go back and forth here with Albertus up by 1.
And Slade just came here with a game plan. Get the ball, get up the floor. That's 7 for him. He has 7 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, doing a little bit of everything. And great layup there. And now 1-point lead here for Magnus.
Chase Toppin with a nice pull-up mid-range.
As now Carroll takes the lead 38-37 with under 2 to go. And this game has now became a back-and-forth type game, and going to be a tough game here. And this next 2 minutes going into halftime is going to be really crucial for both teams.
Toppin now in double figures. He's got 11 points. He had 14 in their last matchup against Marietta. Swing. Nice corner feed. There's Duncanson. Can't get it to go. Fought for, rebounded. He's going to go off on Jantek and stay with Albertus. A nice look there for Malcolm Duncanson. Just wasn't able to get it to go. The 6'1" freshman out of West Haven, Connecticut. Jaqual Gertrude to inbound, gets it up to Simmons, back to Slade. Slade swing to Duncanson all the way around the corner. There's Gertrude in the corner, gets cut off. Back up top to Duncanson. Pull up from the free throw line. Long, no good, and Frazier with the rebound. Under 90 seconds to play in this first half. Nice behind the back. Frazier into the lane, left hand. Can't get it to go, but it's tipped in there by Jantek. Cleaning up from the miss, gets 2 more to go. Inside Duncanson, no foul. Going the other way, another missed shot. These teams are running early. Inside. Oh, almost got that to go. Would have been an and 1 for Henry Rayner, but he was fouled. He's going to go to the line for 2 free throws here. With 1:06 to play in the first half, John Carroll up 40-37.
And what a pass there from Chacon. Fake to the corner and nice dump down there to Rayner. He goes to the line here now. Rayner, underrated game so far. He only has 1 point and has a chance here to make 2 at the line, but 1 point, 5 big rebounds, which do not go unnoticed here. He's got a lot of second chance points here for this Blue Streaks team, and he's been a big part of this team who's been out rebounding Magnus so far, which is very unexpected. 28-19 so far, 14 offensive rebounds compared to Magnus only 6, and he's been a big, he's played a big 15 minutes here so far in the first half.
We're going to have a lane violation here going against Albertus, so Rayner's going to head to the line for another one. After he made the first, missed the second, but the lane violation will grant him 1 more shot here. Rayner's free throw is up and good. 5-point lead here for JCU. Here's Simmons. Trying to find something. Simmons steps in to Gertrude in the corner. Swing, swing. Slade, pump fake. Back to Simmons. Simmons driving kick. Slade, pull up 3. Short. Nothing but air on that one for Jason Slade. You know, for a freshman, he's got confidence. You got to give it to him. You know, this is a big-time moment. We're in the NCAA tournament here. This is the first game. You know, you might not be the favorites in this one, but you're fighting right now. You're only down by 5. As a freshman, he's done some pretty nice things. You know, he does have the 3 turnovers, but 7 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. He's been all over the stat sheet for this Albertus team.
Yeah, it's really about who steps up here in the NCAA tournament. Every team in this tournament's a good team, but it's really about who steps up and makes an impact. And this Magnus team, out of Dawkins and Washington, a very young team. A lot of freshmen play. Duncanson was a starter, and like you mentioned, Slade's only a young freshman as well from Stamford, Connecticut. He's been playing great so far, and this Magnus team has struggled from 3, only 2 from 10, 20% in the game so far, but they have been, players like Slade have just been getting the ball up the court, and they're running to that rim, and so far they're down 5 right now, but not a bad half here from Magnus. That they've been playing tough, and you need those young players to step up. You're never sure. Your first NCAA tournament game, a lot of nerves here coming into the Mag Zeal. It's really about who's going to step up and make an impact. And so far, Slade has been one of the go-to guys here for Magnus, keeping them into this game.
Here's Chacon. Chacon, pull up, right wing, pure. Luke Chacon, what else can we say? He's been all over the place. 19 points here in the first half.
And he just has that confidence right now. He's 7 for 10 from the field, 3 for 4 from 3. He knows his spots. He gets to his spots. And so far in this first half, he's been tough to guard here for the Falcons.
Gertrude gets denied at the rim by David Gentry. What a block. David Gentry got all of that one as Gertrude tried to get it up for the layup. It's going to stay with Albertus, though.
And Gentry, just checking into the game, has not played many minutes so far in the first half, and big block there from him.
John Carroll on an 8-0 run here in the last minute plus. 20 seconds to play in the half, 10 on the shot clock. Here's Slade to Simmons. Gertrude with 5. Drive right, kick. Duncanson might have traveled. Yeah, he gets called for the travel. That's a call you might not see in the NBA, but in college they're going to call that every time. Steps before the shot. It's going to go back to John Carroll with 11 seconds to play here in this first half. The Blue Streaks holding on to a 7-point lead, 44-37. Here's Chacon. Gets a screen. Step back. 3-pointer. It's good. Luke Chacon, 22 first half points, 4 3-pointers. He has been unbelievable, and he's out right now. He's got nearly half his squad's points in this first half, and John Carroll takes a 9-point lead into the break. Wow, what shooting and what a performance here in this first half from Chacon.
Yeah, an 8-0 run there from John Carroll the last 2.5 minutes, and what else can we say, Brian? Luke Chacon has been a step-up player here for this Blue Streaks team. 21 points, 8 from 11 from the field, 3 for 4 from the 3-point range, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and he's been doing everything here so far. Been pushing the tempo of the game, and That's a run there from Magnus you don't want to have happen. It was only a 3-point game there at one point, and now John Carroll goes into half with a 9-point lead, and Luke Chacon is Frazier, the leading scorer for this team, 0 from 9, 0 for 2 from 3, not scoring yet. He's been the go-to guy, and he's owned it here in his first NCAA tournament game.
Absolutely. That three-pointer, that last shot there was changed actually from a 3 to a 2. Foot was on the line, so as Ryan mentioned, only 21 points for Chacon, not 22, but nonetheless, he's been all over the place, along with Chase Toppin for John Carroll. He's got 11 points, 4 of 5 from the field, along with 3 rebounds. For Albertus, the main guy has been Bonilla and Washington. They have 8 apiece, but honestly, they want more out of their big guys. Giving up that 10-0 run in the last couple minutes, not ideal for Albertus. We're going to head to break here at halftime. JCU 46 and Albertus 37 from Maxfield Gymnasium.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Shine on that black. Look at the bling. Look at do we got a diamond tester on?
Yeah, that's getting bad. Yep.
10 out of 10 recommend on Yelp.
Score going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone.
What? I should take your phone away.
No. I'll call for a ride. Wait, why does my face look like that?
I'm playing with these new face filters.
Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine. I'm gonna need that back.
No.
Kevin!
We welcome you back inside the studio. After 20 minutes of play, it's John Carroll on top over Albertus Magnus, 46-37. We have 20 minutes more to play. We're here for your halftime report. Jacob Bradley alongside Tommy Tallarino and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, a great first half for both these teams here in this one.
Yeah, we saw the lead kind of go back and forth there for a while. John Carroll, they kind of went out of a little bit of run, used their momentum in this one, and they're leading big here in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, we see a couple different play styles between these two teams, and it was a very tight first half for a while. But between Chacon and Toppin, so far, JCU's been too much for Albertus.
Absolutely. We're seeing Albertus just falling just short, even though the scoring seems to be a little bit more distributed. We'll get into him a little bit later on, but it's been the Luke Chacon show. Absolutely incredible. But, guys, this first half, I mean, what really stuck out to you guys?
I think it was, for me, besides Chacon, the offensive rebounds for John Carroll. I mean, they have 14 offensive rebounds, 15 defensive rebounds. They're shooting really well from three as well, 44%. They're doing everything right on the offensive end. Albertus Magnus, we saw them at times have a really good offense, but the three-pointer percentage, only 20% in the half.
Kenny?
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, I mean, Albertus Magnus, they're a very well-rounded team. Not a lot of high-scoring players, but you definitely have a lot of points scored between many other players, and they're using their depth to their advantage. While JCU, they're using their top guys to their advantage, but one thing that definitely surprised me this half, Frazier, 0 for 9.
Absolutely, yeah. Frazier has really not been too much of a factor, but like we say, Luke Chacon's absolutely picked it up for both sides. I mean, it's really just been kind of a down and back game. We've seen a lot of fast break chances, a high scoring one, especially for the first half. And right there you see just John Carroll on top, 46-37. We're going to take a look at the halftime highlights. You mentioned it right there, 42 from the field, Tommy, for JCU. And that three-point percentage leaps and bounds ahead of the Falcons.
Yeah, and they're a really good three-point shooting team. We saw it with Chacon. Frazier, usually a good three-point shooter as well, 0 for 9 on the night. So the dynamic duo right now, it's looking like Chacon's putting the team on his back right there. They're just shooting the ball really well. They're passing the ball really well. They're doing everything right on the offensive end.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the stats here, it's a very even game besides one factor. It's that three-point percentage. Yep. Albertus Magnus is not making it drop from behind the line right now, and that's what JCU is using to their advantage right now.
Tommy, you mentioned that those rebounds, the offensive rebounds going in the way of JCU right now, of course not pictured on the screen, but just that attack down low, getting the ball back on their own chances, getting second chances, sometimes third chances, really helping out the Blue Streaks.
Yeah, you're seeing them getting second chance opportunities, and they are converting on the second chance opportunities. They're not only converting for two-pointers, they're converting on three-pointers as well for those opportunities.
Kenny, we talk a little bit about the scoring from both these teams. You mentioned Frazier, 0 for 9. We talked about him a little bit in the pregame show. He has not really showed up to play, but other than that, I mean, we'll get to Chacon in a little bit, but the scoring's been a little bit distributed. We've seen Toppin kind of step up. We've seen the center kind of step up in ways, Will Jantek. So we've really seen a couple more guys pick up the slack that Frazier would normally have.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't really mention if this was a balanced offense earlier on in the broadcast, but now we're looking at it. We are seeing a good scoring distribution. We see a couple guys putting some points up tonight. Like you said, Jantek with 8 points so far, Toppin with 11, and Chacon, the Chacon show is going, 21 points so far.
Absolutely. We're going to get to him in a minute. As for those Falcons, they've shown a little bit more from their side. We see a couple guys with 8, a couple guys with 7. So it's really kind of been more distributed for the Falcons.
Yeah, you see Washington with 8 right there. He's shooting 100% from the field, 3 for 3 on the day. Bonilla leading the way, 8 points as well. He's 3 of 9, 2 of 6 from 3. Like we said, it is very more balanced, and they're going to have to, I think, just find a shooting rhythm if they want to get back in this one.
Absolutely. We talk about Chacon. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. We could be sat here for hours watching some of this guy's highlights with what he's been able to do. I mean, 22 from the field. He's knocking shots down from 3. It really has been the Luke Chacon show. We take a look at some of these highlights from him right here. I mean, just everything seems to be going the way of him.
Yeah, he's scoring from all levels of the court right there. You see him, he's passing well. He's passing out to his teammates. You saw the layup earlier, but he's also hitting threes. He's 3 for 4 on the day from 3, 72.7% from the field. He's just doing it all right now for John Carroll.
Yeah, and you can't even deny that he's been great on defense as well. Already picking up 2 steals, and when you're watching him on defense, he is completely on lockdown. Not only is he one of the Splash Brothers we're seeing today, he is just a complete lockdown player on defense as well.
And he's creating a lot of opportunities, even though the ball seems to be mainly run through him. He's creating a lot of opportunities. You'll see him drive the lane. He might see somebody on the wing that he's going to kick it out to. 2 assists on the game as well. So creating points right there, that's 25 points. He's created more than half of JCU's points today, Tom. Or I'm sorry, yeah, JCU's points. Sorry.
Yeah, he's been a real big leader. We said going in, he's one of those leaders on the team. He may be only a sophomore, but he's leading by example out there, and we've seen it here today with how efficiently he has scored and passed the ball.
Yeah, he's definitely been a huge factor in this game, and if he can continue to pass around to his teammates and make things happen, because if you're Albertus Magnus, you're going to come out of this half and be like, okay, Chacon has dropped over half the points on our team. It's time to lock him down. He's got to make some more plays happen in the second half, because I'm going to tell you now, it's going to be a bit more of a struggle for him.
Well, Kenny, are you expecting more of a double team maybe on Chacon? How are you expecting Albertus Magnus to try to contain Chacon in the second half?
Yeah, I would see more of the double team and more of a focus on Chacon, because at first you were looking more at the Frazier And, I mean, you were looking at other players,
Lot
not
of
just
scoring
Chacon.
options, yeah.
Right, there was lots of scoring options, and right now, it's all him. So if you can get the double team on him or even just a little bit more of your defensive focus on him, you can cut down some of the points and give Albertus a chance here.
Well, Tommy, it's not that Albertus hasn't been they've been playing really good on their end, shooting just about the same from the field as JCU has. So I got to ask you, Tommy, what do they need to do differently? What can we expect out of the Falcons in the second half if they want to compete in this game?
I think they just got to make the extra passes. You know, we saw JCU there. They were in a 1-3-1 zone for a while.
Yeah.
You got to break the zone a little bit, try to find some open shots. It may not be from three, but it may be. Just try to get those 3-pointers to fall. You know, they're 2 for 10 right now. Just try to make that extra pass, and I think they will see a closer game here in the second half.
Yeah, we talk a little bit about the distribution of scoring, like we say, a couple guys with 8, couple guys with 7, or one guy with 7, 6, and a couple guys with 4. So it's going to be interesting to see if maybe one of those guys steps up. Maybe we catch a hot hand here, and we won't be seeing a closer game. Kenny, I'll pose the same question to you this time from the JCU perspective. What does John Carroll need to do outside of maybe the obvious, just keep feeding Mr. Chacon up on the top? What do they need to do in order to maintain this lead and walk away with a victory today?
So, I mean, they really do have to do a lot of the same they did the previous half. So far, what they've done is working, and if it's not broke, don't really fix it. But, I mean, a couple of things that I've seen, just continue to lock down a little bit more on defense. Albertus has been great with the pass. They've been getting around to everybody and a lot of different scorers. If they can close the opportunity off, get more steals, and be a little bit tighter on defense, it might be a blowout.
Absolutely. You're going to want to stay tuned because on the other side of the break, we're going to send it back over to the Zeal with Brian DeMuro and Ryan Joyce for much more action coming up after this.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
Welcome back to Major Discussions.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Hey there, I'm Al Roker, class of 76. Yes, way back in 76. Back when the earth was cooling. You're watching WTOP.
Basketball tournament today between John Carroll and Albertus Magnus. Right now, we got to go one. John Carroll does have a 9-point lead, 46-37 with Ryan Joyce. I'm Brian DeMuro. Welcome back. I hope you guys have enjoyed this first half. Right now, is that Brian, the tale of the game is the rebounds and the three-point shooting. Albertus, one of the best rebounding teams in the nation, getting out-rebounded 29-20 right now. A lot of them have been offensive rebounds and also three-point shooting. Albertus only shooting 20% to the 44% for John Carroll.
Yeah, so far, John Carroll has really stepped up physically. They just, like you mentioned, 29-20. Albertus Magnus is second in the entire Division III in rebound margin, and So far, John Carroll has just been stepping up. Players like Rayner came into the game, team leading 5 rebounds so far, a lot of second chance points, getting the ball to the shooters, and like you mentioned that first half, Luke Chacon, what a step up. Luke Frazier has not scored yet, 0 from 9 from the field, 0 from 2 from 3, and Chacon 8 from 11 from the field, 3 from 4 from the 3, and playing big so far.
Absolutely. Here's Albertus left to right on your screen. Terry Dawkins, their leading scorer on the season. Swing, Daniels, three-pointer, no good. Rebounded by Washington inside. Here's Bonilla. Mid-range, no good. Rebound fought for, and finally taken by Chase Toppin. Now into the hands of Chacon. Luke Chacon, 21 points in that first half. Finds his mate. Luke Frazier, he drives, step back, nice move with the behind the back, and that one can't go. He's 0 for 10, but another offensive rebound. 2 offensive boards there by number 20. That was Henry Rayner. 2 more big offensive rebounds and 2 free throws here for Rayner.
And Henry Rayner, the Hillsdale transfer, sophomore from Cleveland, Ohio. Like I mentioned, already 7 rebounds in this game so far. Great impact, 17 points off the bench and playing great. And now he gets to go to the line to knock down some free throws here for a 9-point lead here for John Carroll.
Rayner's first shot rims out. Yeah, we mentioned offensive rebound. Right now, 15-7 in favor of John Carroll. That's the story of the game right now.
Yeah, just the second chance points. Players like Rayner, Toppin, Eller, they've just been getting into the post, getting rebounds, finding their shooters and players, and players like Chacon, Toppin have just been able to capitalize off that, and now a 10-point lead. And Magnus, you have players like Washington and Dawkins, who Dawkins has been pretty quiet here today, only 4 points, 1 from 5 from the field. He's got to get going here and make a run here before it gets away here for the Falcons.
Swing to Bonilla. That's a deep 3 off the side of the backboard. No good. Rebounded by Chacon. A little bit of a force there with the shot clock winding down. Inside, nice pass from Chacon over to Rayner, but it's knocked out of bounds off of Rayner's head, I believe, and it's going to go the other way.
And that's a great defensive play there from the Falcons. John Carroll was on a 10-0 run in the past 3 minutes and 20 seconds going back to that first half, and it's just this game was tied. It was only a 3-point game here with about 3 minutes left in the first half, and Magnus just had nothing going here so far in the past 5 to 10 minutes, and they need to get it down to their big men, get it down to the post, and get some scoring here and start the second half.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Ryan. I think getting the ball inside to Justice Washington, getting the ball inside to Terry Dawkins, that could be really where they can get back into this game, because only 2 of 11 from 3. You don't want to settle. Here's Dawkins. Dawkins drives left with Eller on him. Step back. Tough shot. He's fouled. Luca Eller looks like he might have hit him on the hand as he went up for the shot, and he's going to get 2 free throws.
And yeah, like we mentioned, Dawkins only 4 points here tonight. He's huge. He is the leading scorer for this team. 17.3 points per game, 1.4 assists, 8 rebounds. Big down low here for this Falcons team. And he had 19 points in that tourney game back in 2018, 2019. So he's been here before, played these type of games, and he's off to a slow start. A lot of basketball left here, but he's going to have to be scoring big here for the Falcons to get back into this game.
Dawkins' second free throw is up and good. We got an 8-point game here in the second half early on. It's 47-39. A little bit of a press here from Albertus, trying to force some trouble for John Carroll. They break it, and they're into the half-court set. Here's Chacon. Chacon hands to Toppin. Back up top, swing to Frazier. Frazier inside to Jantek. Jantek bodying on Washington. Drop step with the left, gets Washington in the air, up for the layup. What a beautiful move right there. That's Will Jantek with a beautiful drop step layup. Bonilla the other way. Oh, what a shot right in front of his own bench, and he sticks it for 3.
And big shot there from Bonilla. He started off hot at 8 quick points. He was now 4 for 11 now, and big 3 there for Magnus, who has been struggling from the 3-point line here today, only 25%. Big 3. Need to get those to get back in this game.
You can't leave him open. That's Chacon, but he does miss that. Rebounded by Washington. Lucky miss there. It's only his 3rd of the night. Here's Daniels all the way. Doesn't get it to go. No foul. Rebounded by Frazier. Frazier offering it a foul here on Malcolm Duncanson, stopping the fast break. It's going to be a side out of bounds for John Carroll.
And this is a big moment here for the Falcons to make a little run here. It was a 10-point game, have cut it to a 7-point game, and this is going to be a big defensive stop here, hopefully, for the Falcons to keep going in this game.
Luke Chacon, dribbling left, gets a screen. Pass up top, swing to the corner, that's Toppin. Toppin passes inside to Rayner. Rayner getting doubled. Inside another Rayner. Rayner with Washington on him. Trying to go somewhere, nowhere to go. Goes to the right hook, can't get it to fall, but it's knocked out of bounds by Washington. Justice Washington right there had 2 men he had to defend inside, one on each block, and he made himself a presence and got the stop, but it is going to stay with John Carroll. Here's Chacon with 15 to shoot. Chacon, nice defense there by Albertus. Inside, Rayner. Rayner with Dawkins on him. Goes to the left hand on the other side of the rim. Nice readjustment and layup.
And Henry Rayner, big shot there. He now has 5 points, 6 rebounds, 3 from 5 from the free throw line. He's been big down low. You thought it'd be a disadvantage here for the Blue Streaks, but so far, Rayner's been having a great game.
Bonilla missed the floater. It was rebounded by Duncanson, where he put it up and got fouled. He's going to head to the line for 2 free throws here at the 16:52 mark in this second half. John Carroll leading 51-42 in the round of 64 matchup in this NCAA tournament here from Maxiel Gymnasium. Duncanson's first free throw is good. Puts him up to 7 points on the night. Duncanson pump faked the free throw. You don't see that very often.
A little bit of a pump fake. Referee's not sure what to make of that. Was going to go up with it. Now possession goes back to John Carroll. I haven't seen that very often, Brian. I've never seen a big pump fake like that. I think I've seen it one time in the NBA, but I don't see that very often. And not a great look there for Magnus. That was a big free throw, and now they come back in that man press zone.
Here's Chacon, swing. Frazier drives left elbow pull-up. Can't get it to go. He's 0 for 11 now. Frazier having a night to forget. 0 for 11, but his team still leads. Here's Dawkins. Dawkins with Jantek on him. Nice move, goes in. Can't get it to go. Rebounded by Jantek. Here's Chacon. Chacon, nice dribbles. Oh, what a move. Gets inside. Oh, he looks for the pass. It got deflected, but it gets to Jantek anyway. Rebounded out by Chacon after the miss, and it's stolen away. We're going to get a foul here. The ball is all over the place right now, getting knocked and deflected out of these players' hands. Eventually ended up in the hands of Chacon, and a foul going against Albertus.
Yeah, Brian, like you mentioned, offensive rebounds been huge here tonight. 16 offensive rebounds for John Carroll compared to Magnus is only has 8 here in this game so far. And just getting that second chance points has been great here for the Blue Streaks, now with an 8-point lead here with 16 minutes left to go. And it's been big getting that second chance points, and it leads to a bucket there for the player of the game so far, Luke Chacon.
That's a tough bucket from Chacon. The pull up with the guy right in his face. Sticks it from the mid-range. Here's Bonilla, swing to Dawkins. Dawkins not a three-point shooter. Back to Bonilla, deep three-pointer. Short, rebounded by Rayner. You don't want to fall in love with that shot. It's a tough shot there, Ron. Here's Chacon. One-on-one, hands off to Higgins. Jerry Higgins the third. Inside to Jantek. Jantek double coming, stolen away by Tazon Daniels. Up to Bonilla. Bonilla, one more to Crawford. Crawford in, left hand layup. Nice readjustment in the air to get the layup to go. And a beautifully run fast break by Albertus.
And a great team basketball there. We haven't seen it so far here for the Falcons, but great pass and at least an open layup there for Crawford.
Jantek inside. He's denied by Justice Washington. What a block from the 6'7" senior on the inside. We're going to have a timeout here at the 15-10 mark. John Carroll up 53-45 on Albertus.
And yeah, Washington finally gets his first block of the game. 68 blocks on the year, which is good for 16th in the entire NCAA Division III, 2.6 a game. And he's a guy who, on the defensive end, he's a monster. And so far, hasn't been on the blocking side of the basketball so far, but gets one there. And big block there for Magnus. Now only an 8-point game here. A lot of basketball left and looking for a run here.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier in this game, John Carroll in their last one, they had a big lead at halftime as well. They had an 18-point lead over Marietta. They were feeling good. Then in the second half, they ended up giving up 58 points, and they actually lost that semifinal game of the Ohio Atlantic Conference semifinals. So if you're John Carroll right now, you feel pretty good. You're playing well. Chacon's having a great night. Fraser, despite not having any points right now, you're still up by 8 points. How do you make sure you don't let that meltdown happen again here?
Yeah, I think just second chance points so far. They've been getting the ball back, getting rebounds. Players like Rayner and Eller have been great on the offensive rebounding part of the game so far, and it's just keep that motor going. Box out, find a man when the ball goes up in the air, and so far for Magnus, you gotta say the same thing for them. They're not having a great rebounding game so far, being out rebounded by 14 so far, and it's just find your man, get the ball, because this game is going to be a game of possessions, and if I'm Carroll, I'm going to keep giving it to my best players, Toppin and Chacon so far, and see if Fraser can get something going here in the second half.
Here is Chacon, gets a screen from O'Toole. Chacon, one-on-one, top of the key, crossover. That's a tough mid-range. No good. He wanted a foul. Might have been some contact. No call. As Crawford hits the deck, but it is controlled by Albertus. Here's Daniels. Daniels into Dawkins. Dawkins swing to Bonilla. Bonilla with Chacon on him. Right wing. Crossover move into the lane. Up for the shot. No good. Foul's going to be called here. It's going to go to the line for 2 free throws. It's going to go against Luke Chacon for the blocking foul. And Terry Dawkins, the 6'4" forward out of the Bronx, New York, is going to head to the line.
And so far, Magnus has been very good from the free throw line. 8 from 11 from the line, 72%. They've been very good knocking down free throws so far. It's just about capitalizing in that half-court set, which they have not been doing great so far. And John Carroll's been doing a lot better, but Bonilla having a great game so far. He's at 11 points and 2 rebounds, 2 assists in his 20 minutes of play. Team leader in minutes.
Yeah, Bonilla knocks down that first free throw. Second one is also good. Albertus still in this little press here, trying to force a turnover. That ball was tipped, but taken by Chacon now. Here's to the corner. There's Higgins. Higgins drives baseline, gets cut off. Back to O'Toole. To Chacon, now to Toppin. Toppin gets a screen from Jantek. Swing to the corner. Chacon to the mid-range. Pass out. Toole open. Doesn't shoot it. Nice pass inside to Chacon. Another beautiful look to Jantek. Layup doesn't go. Rebounded by Daniels, but we're going to have a foul. It's going to stay here, I believe. Albertus can't believe it. Jantek hit the deck hard. Seems to be all right. Going to see if it's going to be a side out here or if we're going to have 2 shots. I believe it's going to be going to have a baseline out of bounds here for John Carroll. Foul occurred on the rebound.
Yeah, Jantek, 10 points, 6 rebounds, 17 minutes of play. He's having a great game here so far. Him and Rayner down low, great presence.
That ball was deflected. It's going to be going the other way. A turnover by Will Jantek. Here's Daniels in the corner. Back to Crawford and swing to Bonilla. Bonilla, one more to Washington. Here's where they need to work. Washington inside left hand. Doesn't get it to go. Good look, though, from Justice Washington. Just wasn't able to knock it down.
Great look. Just better defense there from Jantek. And usually one that goes down for Washington, but even better defense than that.
Jantek, what a move. Drop step finish. It's good. And 1 foul on Justice Washington. He's going to the line with a chance at 3.
And Jantek, great move, putting his body down. And now at 12 points, 7 rebounds, he's a player who had alternating honors at the college tip-off tournament earlier in the year. He's averaging 19 minutes a game, and he's been huge for this John Carroll team. A little bit of unexpected scoring here in this game, but at NCAA tournament play, anyone can step up and make an impact.
And the free throw was good, so the old-fashioned three-point play is capitalized. 13:44 to play here from Maxio. Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro with you. It's John Carroll right now with the lead over Albertus. Here's Bonilla. Floater, no good. Rebound, fought for, taken. Offensive rebound for Daniels. He goes in, contact layup. No good again, but the tip in by Dawkins. Nice finish there. That's 2 on the board for Albertus.
A great tip there from Dawkins. He's been a little slow, only 1 from 6 from the field, now 2 from 7. And that's a big-time play there from Dawkins. This Falcons team really needs to box out, get that ball, and get it back in, and that was a great display of that right there.
Gonna have a charge here. Beautifully there by Terry Dawkins. He was in position and got the charge call on Henry Rayner. It's going the other way after the turnover. Right now, John Carroll up by 7, but it's a close game right now. You know, both teams are fighting. Both teams are finally starting to score a little bit. We got a good one here with 13 to play.
Yeah, Coach Moran did not like that call at all, but 13 turnovers in this game, and now an easy layup there from Washington. Little run here from the Falcons as they're on a little run, and now Frazier's going to check in the game here for John Carroll, but nice run here from Magnus. Down low game.
Oh, nice move. That's top, and he gets right inside and gets a layup to go. Beautiful in and out cross to get himself free. Here's Dawkins inside, layup, no good, but he's going to go to the line for 2. So as we see here, Albertus attacking the basket more, getting their big guys the ball inside, getting to the line, making more free throws, slowing the game down a little bit, which is not what John Carroll wants. John Carroll wants to run, they want to shoot, they want to spread the floor, but Albertus headed back to the line.
Yeah, Albertus Magnus really has to use their size to their advantage. They're a big team. Dawkins averages 8 rebounds a game, 17 points on the season, and he's a very great post player, as he missed the first one there. And him and Washington, you really got to look for your best players here now if you're the Falcons, to get it down low to them and get to the line, which you're doing so far. And except for that free throw right there, Magnus has been really good in the free throw line. He's 10 for 13 from the line and 71%. And little run here from the Falcons is now they cut it to a 6-point game and are trying to tie this game in the Mag Zeal.
Dawkins goes 1 from 2 on the line. Little high press 2-3 action. Now we're back into man coverage here for Albertus. Here's Jerry Higgins. Swing. There's Toppin in the corner. Gets a screen from Rayner. Toppin, hesitation, into the layup. Beautiful drop pass to Henry Rayner. You can't draw it up much better than that. That's how you run the pick and roll.
And what a play by Toppin. He creates all that attention. He has 13 points so far. Nice dump off to your player, and nice layup there.
Dawkins, mid-range shot, no good. Rebound by Gentry. Chase Toppin now. Controlling with Luke Ciccone on the bench. We'll see where the scoring comes from for John Carroll. Oh, nice move. Step back, mid-range. Short. Rebound fought for. Finally taken away by Higgins. Wow, what an offensive rebound. Back to Toppin. 3-pointer. He sticks it from the left wing. Beautiful offensive rebound by Higgins to Toppin for the 3. And they got a double-digit lead.
And now the energy is up here in the Mag Seal. What a play there from the Citadel transfer. Higgins has not scored today, but he's made a great impact. And Toppin there for 3. He has 16 in this game. And now momentum swinging towards the Blue Streaks.
Dawkins inside. He gets it to go. Nice layup there. And we're going to have a timeout here by Albertus. The lead is cut to 9, but it's still anybody's game. Back and forth these teams go, trading blow for blow. 3-pointers, and layups, and nice passes and finds. You know, these two teams pretty evenly matched as far as scoring goes. You know, Alberta's averaging 84 points per game. John Carroll just over 82. So these teams know how to score, and that's been evident early on here and halfway through, or just about halfway through the second half.
Yeah, and so far, John Carroll's really impressed me with just the offensive rebounding. I can't say it enough. Just 20 offensive rebounds compared to 10, and just making that scrappy play. And Magnus, they're finally getting to their offense of getting it down low. And Dawkins pressing a little bit here so far, and he now has 11 points as he only had 4 points there in the first half. He's making a great play so far as he made that layup going into the timeout. And this game, we knew it was going to be an even game. These teams are both pretty physical team. They like to push the tempo up the floor. And we're here for a good 11 minutes left here in the second half in the Mag Zeal.
As we mentioned, the winner of this game is going to go on to play in the round of 32. That's going to be tomorrow. Also here from the Mag Zeal, tip-off starting around 5:45 Eastern time. The winner of this one will play the winner of the game coming up right after the conclusion of our game here. It's going to be SUNY Oswego against Marymount. Those two teams will clash and face the winner of this one. Albertus with 3 players in double figures. Bonilla with 13, Washington with 10, and Dawkins with 11. And for John Carroll, it's been Ciccone and Toppin, as well as Jantek carrying their team, all in double figures as well. Toppin crosses half, gets it to Rayner, and the press is broken. Here's Higgins. Higgins back up top to Toppin. Toppin gets the screen, goes left, drive inside, gets contact. Nice block there by Justice Washington, meeting Toppin at the rim and denying it out of bounds for another block. That's his second.
And there's another one for Washington, top 15 in the country in total blocks. And Toppin's quick with that quick right to left crossover, and this is a better defensive play there from Washington, as now we have a timeout here on the floor. And still a lot of time left here, as Magnus has been 3 for 4 from their last 4 shots, and you got to turn that defense into offense, play better defense, get the ball up the floor, and score. And so far, we've seen a pretty good half here, Brian, from Washington and Dawkins. They were not scoring very well in that first half, but they know this is a lethal game. It's survive and advance here in March Madness, and so far in the second half, they've been playing great on the offensive end, and Washington, better defensive play there, and turn that defense into offense is going to be key going here in the next 10 minutes in the McZeal.
Yeah, I think that's what we mentioned at halftime too, Ron. You know, just getting these guys, they're big guys involved. They have the size advantage on this John Carroll team. So getting their big guys the ball inside, letting them go to work, getting to the free throw line, which they have done, has kept this game close despite only 23% shooting from three-point range.
Yeah, they've been quick. Like players, like a young player like Slade has been playing great so far. 7 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals. A lot of players have been stepping up and has been going down from the three-point line. The only person who's made a 3 here today is Bonilla behind the arc, but just getting the ball up the court, finding a player, and they've been pretty physical here, and shooting 40% from the field has been key staying in this game.
8 lead changes to go along with 2 ties here. Just about halfway through the second half from Maxfield Gymnasium. Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro with you from McZeal in round 1 of the NCAA tournament. Here's Gentry. Nowhere to go. Washington cutting him off. And here's Higgins. Higgins with 5 to shoot. Drives right. Double teamed into the lane. Pass. That's going to be Rayner. Mid-range. Off the rim. No good. And it's rebounded by Daniels. Nice defense there by Albertus. Daniels driving, spinning. Gets called. It's going to be actually Higgins getting called for the foul here. Reaching in on Daniels.
And already 6 fouls for John Carroll and 5 fouls for the Falcons. And this is going to be a key going on the stretch. Team's almost in the bonus here with over 10.5 minutes to go. And this will be key. Who can keep out of the foul game and keep their players in this game?
Here's Crawford. Hands off to Bonilla. Quick trigger 3. No good. Rebounded by Toppin. They run the fast break now. Toppin, no-look pass. Gets deflected and taken away by Dawkins. Swing. Crawford, and it's intercepted by Chacon. Chacon driving on the right side. Washington on him. Chacon right hand. Layup is no good. He gets fouled by Washington, and he'll be going to the line for 2 free throws.
And that's when Magnus wants back. You get a free one with a nice tip and get the ball back. But just throwing it up the court, Chacon's right there, and he's going to the line. And he hasn't scored much here in the second half, only 2 points, but he's getting to the line. 23 points, 8 points over his season average, and he stepped up. As we mentioned, Brian, Luke Frazier, the leading scorer for this team, first team all OIC, he has not scored in this game, and Chacon has really stepped up now with 23 points this game.
He misses the second free throw after knocking down the first. Lead back up to 10 for John Carroll. Here's Bonilla. He's been their guy. 13 points tonight. Got to get him going. Here's Dawkins. Swing. Daniels. Drive left on Frazier. Scoop layup doesn't go. Would have been pretty. Rebounded by Toppin. Toppin. Swing. That's Frazier. Frazier looking to get on the board. Spin. Jump shot. It's off the back of the rim. Nice move. Rebounded by Gentry, though. Another offensive rebound here for John Carroll. Inside to Rayner. Left-hand hook shot is good over Dawkins. Another offensive rebound. That's their 21st of the night.
And Rayner close to double-double watch now. 9 points, 8 rebounds. Big 25 minutes for him in this game. And he's been a key because they've been out-rebounding this Magnus team.
Daniels 3. Air ball. Rebounded by Dawkins, but he was out of bounds. Going to go the other way. And if you're Albertus here, you're in some deep waters. You are down by 12 points, 9-12 to play here. You got to find some sort of offense because right now they're not doing a great job stopping this John Carroll team. John Carroll's shooting 45% from 3, 41% from the field. they got to find some defense and maybe translate that into offense with some fast breaks.
Yeah, and it's just been John Carroll's been controlling the second half so far. A little run at the start there from Albertus Magnus, but it's just been this John Carroll team just been stepping up and playing their brand of basketball. Magnus is only 1 from 10 from the three-point line in their last 10, and they're scoreless in the past 2.5 minutes. So it's just Carroll's been able to play their game, and they've been the more physical presence down low, which was not expected going into this game. And Toppin now heading the line. He's had a great game overall, 16 points, 6 from 9 from the field, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and a lot of players have stepped up in the absence of the scoring from Luke Frazier here tonight.
Jason Slade back into the game. It's going to be a 1-and-1 here for Chase Toppin. First shot is good, so he will get awarded with another. Robbie Simmons into the game, replacing Terry Dawkins for Albertus. Toppin up to 16 points now for the Blue Streaks. Make that 17 points with the free throw. Rayner's going to come in to replace Luca Eller. Fans getting loud here in Max Zeal. John Carroll can feel it. They're 9 minutes away from around the 32 bid. What will Albertus do to stop that? Bonilla, deep three. It's good. Bonilla with another one. What a big-time shot to stop the bleeding.
A big-time three there from Bonilla, his 4th of the game.
Toppin right back. No good. Oh, what a rebound there. Taken by Rayner. He's going to go up, bring it a double dribble call, actually. Wow. Don't see that very often, but after the rebound, a double dribble called on Rayner. It's going to be a turnover going the other way.
And this has got to be a time where the Falcons take advantage. You really have to press the offensive game here now. Still 8.5 minutes left, plenty of time, but this is a break you need if you're the Falcons, who Carroll was just, at one point a couple minutes ago, were able to get any shot they want. So if I'm the Falcons here, you really got to press and get it to your best players on the floor.
Swing, Bonilla, corner three. I think he was out of bounds. Unfortunate because he did knock it down. A beautifully run play. Just his foot was just on the out of bounds sideline. Tough break there for Albertus.
Yeah, and it looks like the Falcons are coming here with a little bit of a full court press. Maybe a zone coming up.
Chacon dribbling in, spin move, Frazier inside, dishes out to Toppin. Toppin, swing back to the corner. Frazier's open for three, but he's on the sideline. So both these teams, back-to-back possessions, stepping out of bounds with turnovers. Gentry exits, going to be Jantek back into the game. Word of note, Terry Dawkins to the bench for Albertus with 4 fouls here in the second half. So that's not good if you're the Falcons. Bonilla, pump fake, pull up mid-range, pure. Antonio Bonilla has been filling it up here in the second half. He's got 18 points now to lead his squad.
Yeah, Bonilla started off hot, went pretty cold, and now he has 18 points in this ball game, and he's key for this Falcons team, who are now down 9 here with 7:52 left in the second half.
Driving kick, Toppin, open, left wing, back iron, no good, rebounded by Slade. Chance here for Albertus, fast break, Slade all the way, it's no good, rebounded by Toppin. Nice defense there by Luke Frazier. Toppin, 1-2 into the lane, gets fouled by Washington, had his hand in the cookie jar, and he'll be going up for 2.
And what a move there from Toppin. He's super quick. He can get the ball off the floor. 18 points this game, 2 from 5 from 3. Has not missed a free throw, and he's, like I mentioned, Brian, he's only 6'1", but he plays like a bigger guard. He plays like a 6'5", 6'6" type of player, and tonight he's really been the go-to point guard here for this Carroll team. And with a 9-point lead here, it really goes to players like Toppin, who've been playing great here tonight in the Max Zeal.
Albertus on a 5-0 run in the last minute 25, but John Carroll will have 2 free throws when we get out of this timeout. Right now, if you're Albertus, how do you climb back into this game? You know, you're down by 9, 7:35 to go. Your season is on the line. What do you do to slow down this John Carroll team?
I think, like I mentioned, just slow it down a little bit. I think that Magnus is trying to play a little bit of a fast tempo when their tempo is more slowing it down in the half court, get it down to players like Dawkins and Washington. And so far, Carroll's such a quick basketball team. They've been forcing this Falcons team to just play quick. And I think right now it's tough with Dawkins 4 fouls in this game, Washington 3 fouls. You don't want to have your best players foul out here in the NCAA tourney game, but it'll be interesting to see what Coach Oliver does here, playing Dawkins here, going with 7:30 left in the second half, and it'll be a tough test. As this is a big time, this is a big couple minutes here for the Falcons to see what they're made of here in the NCAA tourney.
Terry Dawkins, 11 points, currently on the bench because of foul trouble. He averages 17 points, 8 rebounds on the season. Only 1 rebound tonight. Goes to show how John Carroll has completely dominated the boards, 48-29 in favor of the Blue Streaks. Here's Toppin at the line for his first free throw. Back rim, no good. Jerry Higgins set to enter the game. Toppin's second free throw is short, but it's tipped in by Luca Eller. Right in the right place. Gets the tip in to go. Another second chance opportunity and a bucket for John Carroll.
And that's just the will to get the basketball. The Miami, Ohio transfer, who started 14 of 26 games this year. That's just a great play. Right over his head, tip it in, and now an 11-point lead here for the Blue Streaks.
Bonilla threw it away. I think he actually thought that Dawkins was on the court as he was walking to the scorer's table. Unfortunate turnover there in sequence of events for Magnus, who needs some stops here. Chacon hands it to Frazier. Frazier still scoreless, averaging 17 per game on the year. Drives right, step back into the lane, layup, no good, but Washington's going to get called for another foul. It's going to be his 4th foul. With 7:05 to play here, 2 of their best players, Albertus, is Dawkins and Washington, both with 4 fouls here. Here's Frazier to the line, his first free throws of the night, and a chance to get on the scoreboard for him. There's his first point.
And Frazier finally gets one down. He gets such a great game in that championship game. Sorry, he had a great game in his last game against Marietta where he had 18 and 4, and now he finally gets 2 points. Maybe it's the start of something here for Frazier, but you got to give credit to the rest of this John Carroll Blue Streaks team, who has really stepped up in the absence of the leading scorer. Chacon, Toppin, Rayner, Eller, Jantek, all these players on the floor have been playing great basketball, stepping up and becoming great players and stepping up here in NCAA tourney time.
Crawford swings to Bonilla. Bonilla to the corner. That's Slade. Slade, nice pass to Dawkins. Dawkins, pump fake, pull up mid-range. Nice shot there and creation from Terry Dawkins.
And Dawkins likes that shot. He shoots 55% from the field. He makes a lot of shots tonight. Not doing as well, but that's a shot, that little mid-range free throw jumper. Loves that shot. And now an 11-point lead here for John Carroll. Under 6:30 to go. Needs to be a run here for the Falcons.
Frazier with a drive, can't get it to go. Still has not made a field goal in this one. Here's Crawford, transition all the way with the right hand. What a nice finish there from Kevin Crawford. Switching hands midair and going to the right. Down the other end, though, here's Toppin. He sets it back up with just about 6 minutes to play. 9-point lead for John Carroll.
And that was a nice, nifty move by Crawford. Just a little up and under. Spark plug off the bench.
And one on the other end. Chase Toppin drew the contact, got the and one. Crawford was not in legal guarding position. Gets called for the block, and Toppin will head to the line with a chance for 3.
And Toppin, like we mentioned, has really stepped up as a second scorer today. Now at 20 points. And he's been playing his tempo, too. More playing that point guard role, but when he's scoring, he's there. And he's had some wide open lanes here today. And on that one, takes contact, goes to the line here for one more.
Toppin up to 21 points. Now there are 2 Blue Streak players with over 20. Chacon with 24, Toppin with 20 to lead their team. Big time performances, as you mentioned, with their leading scorer, Frazier, struggling. Under 6 to play for Max Zio. Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro with you for this round of 64 matchup in the NCAA tournament. Bonilla to Slade. Slade trying to find a man. He finds Crawford. Crawford dribbles, hands off to Bonilla. Now to Dawkins, mid-range shot, wide open, short rebound by Eller. Tough one there. He's wide open. A good look. Just couldn't get it to fall.
Yeah, just not his night. 4 from 11 from the field. Wide open one there. Normally knocks it down, but that one's not going.
Chacon missed, and then the rebound was there taken by Jantek, and then he goes up and gets called, or he goes up and gets fouled, rather. So 2 more free throws. Albertus is struggling right now to really stop them inside. They're fouling a lot, leading to a lot of free throws here for the Blue Streaks.
Yeah, and so far, 51 rebounds for John Carroll compared to 30 from Magnus, and just been the will so far. Going into this game, we thought Magnus would be the great rebounding team, as Washington and Dawkins have been great rebounding players. Dawkins averaging 8, and Washington a double-double on the year with 10.5. But so far, it's just been players like Gentry with 4, Jantek with 8, Rayner with 9, Eller with 5, Toppin with 5, and it's just been the will to get the basketball. And when it comes to NCAA tourney time, it's who really wants it. And so far, it's been John Carroll in this basketball game.
Yeah, it's been a whole team effort rebounding. They only average just about 37 rebounds per game, so already with 51 goes to show how good they've been tonight. Slade, tough pull-up is off. And here's Chacon. Chacon putting on the moves. Nice defense there by Slade, though, to slow him down. Chacon gets a screen. 2 on him. This is out to Frazier. Frazier gets a screen from Jantek. Goes right into the lane. Nice pass inside. That's there. Henry Rayner with the layup. What a pass from Luke Frazier. Kevin Crawford spin move in the layup. What a pretty finish there from Kevin Crawford to get the 2 right back. Here's Chacon. Chacon goes left. Nice move inside. Finds his teammate. That's Rayner again. Rayner up. Right hand. No good. Gets his own miss and goes right back up over Dawkins, who cannot foul because he has 4. And another layup is good. Alberta's down by 16 here. 4:24 to play. Bonilla in the corner. His 3. No good. Rebounded by John Carroll. All John Carroll needs to do now is slow it down. They have the time on their side and not make too many mistakes, and they could have this one.
It might be starting to become a little too late here for the Falcons. John Carroll right around their season average, about 80 points a game, and it's great defensive play there from Bonilla, but it's just been the play off the bench here for John Carroll today has been huge as a double-double now for Henry Rayner.
Bonilla continues to shoot. That one is off. You can't really blame him, though. He's been their guy. 18 points tonight. He's made 4 threes. You know, he's their only one who's really been able. He actually is the only player on their team who's made a 3. They're shooting 4 of 17 from the stripe tonight, and that's really the story of the game. That and the rebounds, as we mentioned, Albertus being out-rebounded by 24, which is going to be the story of the game if John Carroll is able to end up winning this one. Coming into this gym, a neutral site, out-rebounding one of the best rebounding teams in the country by a wide margin here. And right now with a 16-point lead with 3:41 to go.
Yeah, and it's just been the offensive rebounding. Second chance points, 26 offensive rebounds from John Carroll compared to 10 from Albertus Magnus. And it's just been the will to get the basketball. And we've seen it, a lot of offensive rebounds has led the shots from John Carroll. They are 5 from 13 from the three-point line, 38%. And this is a big three-point shooting team, and that's their go-to here in the games. And it's just Magnus a little too late, and just not being able to rebound. Players like Dawkins and Washington were not able to get in the boards like they usually do, and John Carroll is taking advantage of that, and they're looking to get out of the Max Zealwood one here tonight.
John Carroll currently on a 9-2 run over the last 2.5 minutes. For the Blue Streaks, though, this is a team that doesn't really turn the ball over too much, regularly. They are only averaging 12.5 on the season. Tonight, though, they do have 17 turnovers. So if they were to advance, Ryan, that is something they could really look to improve upon if they were to advance in their following games coming up in this tournament, because turnovers will really kill a team, especially in these big games.
Yeah, turnovers was big in that first half, but have really stopped the turnovers here in the second half, playing a cleaner game. Started the game a little sloppy here for the Blue Streaks, but just this half has just been a clean basketball game, and they've taken advantage of it and have gotten turnovers from the Magnus side and capitalized off those.
Jantek's layup is no good. It's rebounded by Washington. Here's Slade. Slade dishes inside. There's Dawkins. Dawkins going up with the left, gets fouled there by Rayner. He'll go to the line for 2. Washington with a double-double now, 10 points to go along with 10 rebounds. He's played well, only 5 shot attempts, though, for their big man. Meanwhile, at the line, here's Terry Dawkins. Free throw is short.
It just hasn't been the night here for Dawkins. 4 from 11 from the field. First missed free throw, but he's normally a 72% shooter from the line, and just not the game here today. Not the way you want to end your career here for the Falcons, but making it to the NCAA tournament game is a big accomplishment, knocking off the undefeated St. Joe's in the GNAC championship game, and a lot to be proud of. But tonight just wasn't the game here for the Falcons.
Ball was fought for by Eller and Slade. It's going to go to John Carroll. Possession arrows with them after the 2 missed free throws from Dawkins. John Carroll looking to advance in the NCAA tournament to face the winner of Oswego and Marymount coming up right after this one is over. Tip time around 5:15. Here's Frazier. Still no field goals for him. Inside to Jantek. Jantek drives in, kicks out to Chacon with 7 to shoot. Chacon one-on-one, goes inside, layup, floater. Oh my goodness. What a move. Luke Chacon through the lane, avoiding traffic mid-air, goes to the left hand, and a beautiful layup. Washington on the other end, no good. Rebounded by Toppin. And Toppin pulls it back out. They're going to milk some clock here with 2.5 to play.
Yeah, Carroll's going to pull this one out, but 26 points, 10 from 6 from the field, 3 from 5 from 3, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals. Has done everything here for this Carroll team. Luke Chacon, and he really stepped up. Luke Frazier only 2 points, 0 from 13, and Luke Chacon stepped up 11 points over his season average, and big reason Carroll is going to be a winner here in the Max Zeal tonight.
Dawkins sticks the free throw line. Jay, we're going to have a timeout with 2:10 to go. John Carroll currently leading Albertus 83-67 in Max Zeal Gymnasium as we head down to the final couple of minutes here. As you mentioned, Ryan, John Carroll looks like they will take care of this one. So going into tomorrow's matchup, what's some stuff that they can work on, or what can they take away from this game, whether the good or the bad, to try to advance to the Sweet 16 tomorrow?
I think just turnovers. Carroll plays a really quick brand of basketball, and a couple of times just loose balls thrown up the court, stolen away. I think just get those turnovers down. 17 turnovers is a lot for a team in a game, and I think maybe can improve from the field. Only 41% from the field. Normally a team around that 50% mark, but Carroll played a great game in that second half. First half littered with turnovers, but the second half's been pretty clean for them, and look like they're going to take care of business here as they has a 16-point lead here in the Max Zeal.
Yeah, I think especially because their leading guy, Luke Frazier, who averages just over 16 points per game, usually a 36% three-point shooter, he's 0 for 13, folks, so he's struggled tonight, and having that game from him, which, he's not going to go like that back-to-back nights. He's not going to have 2 straight nights where he struggles like this. So even despite his struggles, they still have guys that have stepped up. Jantek, 15-9. Chacon, as we've mentioned all night, 26 points. Rayner, 13-10, along with Toppin's 21 points. Other guys have stepped up, and if they can get that same production from everybody else, and Frazier knocks down some shots, this is going to be a tough team to knock out of this tournament.
Yeah, and if I'm Coach Moran, I got to be happy. Your leading scorer, only 2 points in this game, but you showed that a lot of players have stepped up in this game, and they're ready for this moment. And most teams aren't ready for this moment, but this team, John Carroll, showed today they're ready to make a run here in the NCAA tournament and looking to advance another day.
Jantek goes to the line after breaking the press, getting fouled. Foul's going to go against Washington. That's going to be his 5th. For Justice Washington, 10 points, 10 rebounds, 4 of 6 from the field. They really just didn't get him enough looks in this game, I think.
Yeah, he's around his season average. Averages around 11 points a game, 10 points a game, 10 rebounds a game, sorry. But tonight, just not able to get the ball to him enough. He's a very good scorer from down low. But tonight, it seemed like Magnus was sped up today by that John Carroll defense and just not able to play their brand of basketball in that half-court set.
Free throw from Jantek is good. Luke Frazier's going to exit. Eric Hanna's going to come into the game. Might be the last couple minutes here we see for Luke Frazier. A night to forget for him. 0 of 13 from the field, as we've mentioned, but his team has had his back. And John Carroll looks like they're going to take this one.
Yeah,
2 minutes to play from Max Zeal. Excuse me. Go ahead, Zach, Ryan.
Yeah, not a great night there from Frazier, but it's about how you turn it around. Tomorrow's going to be a brand new day, and it's really about how you capitalize tomorrow. Not your night, but your teammates got to be happy. They stepped up and played a great brand of basketball tonight as a 3 there from the Falcons, but they've just been playing a great brand of basketball. Players, like we mentioned, Chacon, Rayner really stepped up, 13 points, 10 rebounds, double-double in the game. Jantek, 17 points and 9 rebounds, almost another double-double. And those are guys you don't expect to score as much, but they really stepped up in the absence of their leading scorer. So this team with Luke Frazier, if he has it going here tomorrow, going to be a very scary out here going forward.
Crawford dishes inside. There's Gertrude in the corner. He knocked on the last 3. Can't get that one to fall. Rebound fought for. Nice defense there by Slade, and he comes up with the offensive rebound. Great hustle by the freshman. Slade kicks. Drive to the corner. Crawford, corner 3. No good. Offensive rebound again there by Saquon Williams, and he gets fouled. Nice hustle here on the offensive glass for Albertus. We'll award him with some free throws. 14-point game. John Carroll 84, Albertus 70 with 1:16 to go. Ryan Joyce, Brian DeMiro from Max Zeal Gymnasium here in Oswego, New York. Round of 64 of the D3 NCAA tournament. Free throw is short, rebounded by John Carroll. Toppin takes it, crosses over half, and they're just going to milk out this clock here. Eller is called for this illegal screen. Couldn't really tell if he was set. Maybe a little bit of a shoulder into Slade. Slade sold it well. It's going the other way.
And Carroll, yeah, tomorrow, Toppin's still in the game here, getting some run. This team looked like they wanted him more here tonight. Seemed like that will in that second half was huge, and you like to see we got a game coming up here for Oswego and Marietta, but it's gonna be a big game for who's gonna advance here to play John Carroll tomorrow night.
That game will be following the conclusion of this one, give or take 20 or so minutes following the final buzzer. Gertrude at the line, knocks down the first one. Jaqual Gertrude now up to 4 points. Make it 5. One minute to play here in this first round. We got a turnover. Nice takeaway. Crawford, oh my goodness, elevating with a one-handed tomahawk slam. Wow.
And a big-time dunk there from Crawford. Bouncy, only 6'1". He's my spark guy off the bench, and that was an energy play right there. And making it a little interesting here, Brian. 10-point game, under a minute left, and great steal there from Crawford, and big-time dunk here in the Mag Zeal.
Yeah, you know, Coach Pete Moran does not want to have to bring back those starters into the game. It does look like, though, he might have Chacon back in after this timeout. But you take out Chacon, you take out Frazier. You don't want to have to put these guys in, get them a little bit of rest. Because, again, a quick turnaround with a game tomorrow night. So you hope that the guys that you put on the floor can finish out this game, as Chacon is going to check in, replacing Rayner.
Yeah, it seems like the pressure so far has been getting to Carroll here in the past minute so far, and it seemed like the game was going definitely Carroll's way, but now only a 10-point game here with a minute left. A little bit of a long shot, but a couple quick turnovers here has made this game a little bit interesting here.
Chacon gets it and is fouled, so he's going to head to the line for 2. Both teams in the double bonus, so all fouls from here on out will be rewarded with 2 free throws with 54 to play. Chacon knocks down the first free throw. Henry Rayner coming off the bench. Never mind. Thought about it. Chacon goes 2 for 2 from the line, up to 28 points. Now Rayner will come in. He's going to replace Toppin. Slade to Dawkins. Dawkins pull up 3. It's good. Nice shot there, Terry Dawkins.
And a big 3 there from Dawkins. And we now have a 10-point game here, and
need a couple
A little bit
turnovers.
of a press, but interesting here.
Chacon trying to find something. Triple team, swings it out to his teammate. Now he finds Higgins on the right side. Higgins does get fouled by Dawkins. That's going to be Dawkins' 5th. So he's going to have fouled out as well. Washington and Dawkins, they're 2 guys, both hit some foul trouble early on in the second half, and now have both fouled out here of this round of 64 matchup.
And Dawkins, what a great career here at Albertus Magnus. And like I mentioned, 17 points per game on the season, 8 rebounds, 50% from 3. Not the game here tonight. Had 18 points, 6 from 14 from the field, but not enough to get it done here in the Mag Zeal. And John Carroll going to get away here with a big win, and they will be heading to the next round of the NCAA tourney. And this Carroll team, just the offensive rebounds, Brian, 26 compared to 11 for Magnus, and just been the will to get the basketball. And a lot of players have stepped up here for Carroll. And with your leading scorer, Luke Frazier, not playing as well as we mentioned, this team has really stepped up in many different ways and aspects.
Yeah, a lot of contribution around the board for John Carroll. 4 guys in double figures. Higgins goes 1 of 2 from the line. Luke Frazier is going to come back into this game, replacing Higgins. So you see Coach Marion getting some ball handlers into this game so they can break that press. Some good free throw shooters. With 40 seconds to play here from Max Zeal. Here's Crawford. Crawford drive, loses it, taken away by Rayner. He controls back up top to Eric Hanna, and he gets fouled. He's going to head to the line with 32 to play. Looking to get on the board here. Eric Hanna, his first action of the game.
And Carroll finally feeling it now. You can feel the fans clapping a little bit. They know they have this one in wraps. And big time win here for Carroll. Looked a little streaky there for a while, but this second half has been a great second half for them. 40% from the field, 41 points in the half. Only 25% from 3, but they've been playing a very low-down game as they've had 42 points in the paint here in this game, and it's a solid game here with your leading scorer not playing as well.
Hanna knocks down the free throws. We got a 13-point game with 30 seconds to go. John Carroll has now hit 90 points. We mentioned these guys can score, and they've put on a nice display of that tonight. 38% from 3, 75% from the line. Gertrude, step back corner 3. Ooh, nice shot. Right over Luke Frazier. Into the game now is William Wallace, number 3, who just gets fouled.
And you can really tell this John Carroll team really has chemistry. 4 players went to high school together at Mentor High School, and this team really knows how to play with each other. 8 new transfers in this season, but a lot of players familiar with each other from the Cleveland area know how to play with each other, and you see it. These guys know how to play with each other. Even the bench squad knows how to pass the ball around and find the open shooter, and this is a great chemistry and great formula to keep moving here in the NCAA tournament.
Some nice shots here late from Albertus. Gertrude with a couple threes. Some other guys stepping up in the absence of their 2 main guys who have fouled out, but just a little bit too late, it seems. Here's Simmons. He's going to pull up 3. In and out, no good. Rebound by John Carroll. And they're just going to dribble it out here. John Carroll Blue Streaks will be advancing in the NCAA tournament. 91-80 victory over Albertus Magnus behind the 28 points from Luke Chacon. Nice win here for John Carroll. They're moving on. They will face the winner of the game that we got for you next. Coming up, Oswego State against Marymount. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Should be a great matchup here tonight. But as we mentioned, the rebounding was the story of this one, folks. 59 rebounds to 33 in favor of John Carroll. Albertus, who came in one of the best rebounding teams in the country, unable to get it done on the glass today. And this one is over. Ryan, John Carroll moving on in this tournament.
Yeah, and just what a big step up by Luke Chacon and Chase Toppin, 2 players over 20 plus. You had 59 rebounds compared to only 33 for Magnus, and just the will to get the basketball. A lot of plays we saw in that game, just boxing out, finding the guy, putting your body on the line, grabbing the basketball, getting the second chance points. And Luke Frazier, 0 for 13 in the game, only had 2 points, 2 from the line. But Chacon really stepped up as that leader. Only his sophomore, the Youngstown State transfer, 28 points. And this is a scary team because this team can really shoot the lights out. 38% from the three-point line today. Only 13 threes. They played a little bit of a different game than normal, but this team, this would be a scary out, whoever they end up playing here tomorrow in the Max Seal.
Yeah, definitely a tough out. That's going to do it for us. For Ryan Joyce, I'm Brian DeMiro. We're going to send it back to the studio. Coming up, we got the pregame show for the Oswego State and Marymount game. And stay tuned for action of that one coming up in a little bit.
Game show. John Carroll advances, winning this one 90-80 over those Albertus Magnus Falcons. Gentlemen, let's get some quick thoughts in here.
Yeah, I mean, John Carroll, they did what they needed to do in this game. The offense was flowing through Chacon and Toppin. I mean, really nothing more you could say.
I mean, yeah, it was a close game for a while, but that late part of that second half, JCU just ran away with it.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a push in the end there from Albertus Magnus, kind of evening it up. And even though there was only 10 points that separated the two teams, might not look like a big gap. Still a very close game, but you mentioned it yourself, Tommy, that Chacon and Toppin show the two guys. We saw Chacon have the big first half. We saw Toppin have a big second half.
Yeah, we'll talk about the first half first. I mean, Chacon, 28 points, 10 of 16, 62% from the field. I mean, 60% from three. He was lighting it up all day. But usually it's his teammate Frazier, that backcourt. Frazier had a down night, but Toppin came in, 21 points. I mean, 58.3% from the field. Just all around great night shooting from those two.
Yeah, and that's what made JCU so lethal all season long, was the fact that if one guy goes down, another guy is going to step up. We're going to have someone else shooting the lights out. It does not matter. I mean, we got so much talent on this team. One guy can have a bad night. Who cares? We got more guys.
Absolutely. We saw a very even distribution from this John Carroll team. We mentioned it in the start. This is a very, very good basketball team. We could see them grow and potentially make a big splash in this NCAA men's basketball tournament. But that'll do it for us for the post-game report. Make sure to stay tuned on the other side. We're going to give you a little bit of a pregame show for our game coming up between the Oswego State Lakers and Marymount. You're not going to want to miss it coming up. This has been a production of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Make sure to stay tuned after this.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
right there.
Now that wasn't here before.
Who's their scoreboard guy? You could host Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Like, you could host Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Like,
That was
right, exactly.
Okay, no T block now.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
Hello, welcome. There you see the Max Field Gymnasium as the fans start to pile in for our second game of our two-game NCAA men's basketball coverage between the Oswego State Lakers and Marymount Gentlemen. We're back here in the Al Roker studio. Jacob Bradley alongside Tommy Talarino and Kenny Gerard. And we've got ourselves, we just witnessed one barn burner of a game. Looks like we might have a second one on the horizon.
Yeah, you know, these teams are great offensively, both top 50 in the nation, and they both are really great three-point shooters. So I'm excited to see how this one turns out.
Two dominant teams and two teams that you definitely have to look out for in this tournament. I see a high-scoring game in our future.
Well, let's take a look at some of the games that maybe we didn't see here in Oswego. Of course, we look and knew more of a greater, broader sense of the round of 64. We got some pretty hot teams in there, Tommy. It's going to be interesting to see what we got going on.
Yeah, you know, a lot of these teams are really good. There's a reason why they made the tournament, and it's going to be interesting to see how these matchups play out. That's the great thing about March. You never know what the matchups are going to look like.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's going to be some brackets busted, that's for sure. Every year, you never know. It's March.
All right, well, we're going to move on into the AEC playoffs because, of course, Marymount, the Saints, we're a member of that team, are a member, oh my God, words please. We're a member of this bracket, of course. I mean, gentlemen, it's a very tough conference. It's going to be interesting to see how they're able to come in.
Yeah, you know, they had a 1 seed and they had a bye into the semifinals, and they beat the number 4 seed Immaculata 81-73. Stubbs led the way, 22 points, 5 of 9, 4 rebounds. In the championship game, they beat 2 seed Newman. Yeah. I mean, they won their first conference championship in 23 years. This is a special team right here.
Right, Kenny, yeah. I mean, long drought in between conference championship wins. There they go. They got one under their belt now.
Yeah, a huge drought, and it's finally over for Marymount, and now they're back in the dance.
Absolutely. You love to see it. So Marymount, of course, producing the upset over Newman. You know, winding up, coming out of that. I mean, you look at the team overall, regular season may not be exactly the strongest, but either way, they're here, they're in the dance. Sometimes it's these teams that maybe were a little bit more than 500 that can wind up making a run. We talked about momentum in the first pregame show. They got a lot of momentum for sure.
Yeah, and they got a lot of defensive momentum in this one. Last game, they held Newman to 17.5% from behind the arc. That is huge when you're facing a good three-point shooting team. So I'm interested to see how is this defense going to look, because last game, that championship game for them, that was a defensive game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see for sure. Let's take a look at the SUNYAC, the home of the Lakers. We're going to see how, you know, of course, they win their SUNYAC tournament. There you see it right there on your screen. Over Brockport recently, Kenny solidifying their ticket to the dance here. And yeah, this Oswego team, you know, they come in here tonight off their second straight SUNYAC championship. So how's that type of momentum going to help the Lakers out?
Yeah, so the Lakers are now back-to-back, back again in the dance. And you see a lot of very, very good teams here. Cortland, Geneseo, Oneonta, New Paltz, all some dangerous teams. And in the SUNYAC this year, anything could have happened. And Oswego, they seem to be pretty much in control during the SUNYAC playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, Oswego had some tough games. You saw there against New Paltz. They beat them twice earlier in the year, but New Paltz fought and grinded. Brockport, same, top 1 and 2 seeds. One thing I want to mention, Oswego, they forced 36 turnovers in those 2 games. Yeah. They were really great defensively, but the field goal percentage was a little down between the 2 days. I'm interested to see how they get back to that mojo for the offense.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be an interesting game between these 2 teams. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at both these teams' last times out and a lot more. We'll be right back.
Proportion to me is the lived experience of our Division III student athletes. They balance life from an academic perspective and the rigors of competing at a high level, bonding with teammates and building lifelong friendships. But they also are involved in their communities. They work jobs and internships and volunteer. They've learned to be resilient. Diverse experiences are setting them up for the future.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start. I give them leadership opportunities. by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
I believe sportsmanship is it's a mutual admiration and respect for your fellow competitors. We all go through a lot to reach the point where we compete against one another. It's important to realize that. So once we're finally on the field or on the court or on the starting block, we look at each other as fellow human beings and not just competitors. Being able to recognize the hard work that other athletes are putting in creates a more positive and inclusive environment.
Welcome back to the Al Roker Studio. We welcome back for the pregame show of the NCAA Men's Division III Basketball Tournament. I'm Jacob Bradley alongside Tommy Tallarino and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, we just got after this big game here earlier on. We're going to talk about the teams we have at hand right now. Let's start off with the Marymount Saints. Their last time out, we alluded it before the break, winning their first AEC championship in a long time. And I mean, overall, this team looked very strong, as you see, or you saw it for a second right there with how they looked against the Newman last time out.
Yeah, you see right there, they ended up winning the AEC title game 57-52. I mean, Montel Cooper and Rashawn Cook both put up 13 points on the offensive end. In the game, though, they forced 12 turnovers, and they held the team to 35% from the field. That's really good defensive performance, and 17% from three, like we said earlier.
Absolutely, and Kenny, one of the things that I noticed that jumps off of that full screen right away is those bench points. 33 points off the bench. That is huge for a team to have that type of depth in this tournament.
Yeah, that team is definitely not built completely off of their starters. Obviously, your starters are quite important, but for them, 33 points off the bench in a championship game, over half the points they scored, that's very impressive.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the Lakers now in their last time out when they took on Brockport. Again, we mentioned that in the SUNYAC championship, having that big victory over Brockport. Tommy, you alluded to it a little bit. The Lakers didn't look, they didn't look that good, if we were going to be straight up honest.
They didn't look like the Lakers that we've seen run through the SUNYAC in years past and this season. They are winning back-to-back SUNYAC titles this season. They won 74-63. Akeem Anderson, though, he stepped up. 22 points, 10 of 6 from the field. They shot 47% from the field, but only 18% from three, which is, I think, a big scare because that's one of the best things they do is shoot threes and run in transition. So I think that's going to be interesting to see in this one.
Yeah, and they also have a couple real big star players this year. Jeremiah Sparks for the Lakers has been outstanding. He hit his 1,000-point mark this year for his career, and he's just been outstanding. As we're going to take a look now at the SUNYAC championship, look at the difference. I mean, the three-point shots were hitting for the Lakers. Second chance points, getting those rebounds, extremely important, and giving the ball up a little bit less than Brockport.
Absolutely. I mean, those second chance points are huge for the Lakers, getting those offensive rebounds. In that SUNYAC tournament, it was actually Cartier Bowman, one of the Laker big guys, who wound up winning that MVP right there alone on those second chance points, helping the Lakers get that SUNYAC title. But we talk about just the SUNYAC in general. Let's talk about the NCAA tournament and the history that goes along with it. Marymount, not exactly familiar with the NCAA tournament. Like we said, it's the first trip here to the dance in a long time. But just overall, these two teams, as you see right there on your screen, brand new to this whole entire experience.
Yeah, they haven't made the tournament in 23 years. That was their first AEC title in program history. Very new to the tournament, like we said. And that can play to your advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes you can come underprepared. You feel like the pressure might be too big.
Yeah.
On other times, you got nothing else to lose. No one knows how you're going to perform in the NCAA tournament, and that can play to your advantage, I think.
Yeah, Kenny, I mean, not to cut you off there, but yeah, Kenny, just with the whole, you talk about a little bit about the physical game. Basketball as a whole, it's a very mental game. I know you played a little bit of football back in high school, so you know about the mental game and how that can affect you. When it's these big types of games, when the lights are on and it's time to step up or get out, what do you think is going through the head of the Saints right now?
Well, you got to think they're definitely nervous. You got the butterflies in the stomach.
Yeah.
You're excited and you're ready to play, but at the same time, you are hungry and you are ready to go out there and prove yourself. These guys have not had a shot in such a long time. They're hungry. They want to prove themselves that they're here to stay.
Absolutely. And then we talk about the Lakers with their history. They were just here a year ago, making it all the way to the Sweet 16 before an exit to Marietta. This Laker team was here last year. They're back here again. So I'll run the same question to the both of you guys. We'll start with Tommy this time. Lakers are back here. A little bit of more familiar territory this time, being with the home court advantage.
Yeah, and they've been to the NCAA tournament for a while now. You'll see coming up soon, they've had a really great decade where they've been making the tournament. 2010 was their first time in the program. first time in the program where they made the tournament. 4 times they've gone to the Sweet 16 and lost. They haven't gone beyond the Sweet 16, what I think is huge. And they've made some great runs in the tournament, but just can't get past that 3rd round.
Yeah, that seems like where they get stuck is that Sweet 16. It's just a little bit of a bump that they can't get over. But, I mean, yeah, like you guys said, this past decade, Oswego has been absolutely dominant in the SUNYAC and making the NCAA.
Yeah, I mean, it's a conference that might not be necessarily known for basketball, but this Laker team has really put the SUNYAC conference as a whole on the map, of course, being their representative for a majority of the last 10 years. But we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of the players that we might be looking out for. We'll be right back after this.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No, but you've got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Roll it.
Jill told me it was Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
Al Roker.
Welcome back. We're just minutes away from tip-off in the Max Zeal Gymnasium, but first, we welcome you back inside the Al Roker studio just down the road as we are ever so close to tip-off. I'm Jacob Bradley, joined by Tommy Tallarino and Kenny Gerard. And gentlemen, we teased it before the break. Let's get straight into it. Who are you guys looking for tonight to step up big? Tommy, I'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Marymount. Wyatt Hockenberry. With a name like that, I think he's going to have a great game. 6'2", junior guard, number 14, one of the best team shooters, 48% from the field, 44% from 3. A coach would kill for numbers like that. Averages 13.9 points per game. This team has some really good shooters, but he's one of those guys that leads the pack in the three-point shooting, which I think will play in favor for him.
For the Lakers, I've got the SUNYAC Tournament MVP, number 21, Cartier Bowman. 266 points on the season, 10.6 points per game, 12 blocks, 24 steals, and assists per game. I mean, what else could you ask for? This guy's the whole package. He's one of the many great players that the Lakers have so far this year, and Bowman's going to light it up tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, both guys, we talk about Cartier Bowman coming off the big tournament previously. Matt Hockenberry, another guy.
Wyatt,
oh my God, Wyatt Hockenberry. Sorry, been a long day.
It's all right.
Wyatt Hockenberry.
It's okay.
Got that length as a guard. That's something you're going to look for, especially up at the top. It's going to be, and we've seen a lot of guards come in here to both the SUNYAC and earlier today, come in and dominate. So it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's time for tip-off in the gym with Brian Burrows and Zach Malamud. You're going to want to stay tuned. Coming up after this.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had, and you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Shine on that boy. Look at the bling. Look at do we got a diamond tester on?
Yeah, that's getting bad. Yep.
10
out of 10 recommend on Yelp.
We're going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone. What? I should take your phone away. No. I'll call for a ride. Hey, why does my face look like that? I'm playing with these new face filters. Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine. I'm gonna need that back. No. Kevin.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NCAA for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or any picture, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NCAA consent is prohibited.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to welcome you inside Maxiel Gymnasium as we get set for the second matchup of the NCAA Division III Tournament, round of 64. Zach Malaman alongside Brian Burrows. Very honored to be here as the Oswego State Lakers take on the Marymount University Saints.
Zach, March Madness has found its way to the shores of Lake Ontario, and the Lakers get the advantage of home court here, and the crowd really has shown up, but it's national tournament time. Anything can happen. Nothing matters. All that matters is that you play your hardest.
As starting off with the Oswego State Lakers, 25-2 on the season, went 17-1 in the SUNYAC Conference and won the SUNYAC Tournament just a couple of weeks ago. The Lakers, led by Jeremiah Sparks, averaging 16.4 points per game, along with Cartier Bowman with 6.9 rebounds per game.
The Lakers are aided by their versatility. You mentioned Sparks and Bowman. Sparks, a wingman, Bowman, one of their forwards. You add to that Devin Green, Aki Anderson, Jamal Achille, off the bench, Joey Roback, Caleb Cook. All five players on the court can guard all five of the opposition's players at all times. It is the strength of this Lakers team.
And for the Marymount University Saints, they beat Newman University 57-52 in the Atlantic East Conference Final 1 week ago. They are led by junior guard Marcus Stubbs, averaging 16.9 points per game, as well as Jack Befano, averaging 5.5 rebounds per game.
For the Saints, they run the game through Stubbs, a 6'3 junior, and Hockenberry, a 6'2 junior, two guards, similar to the Lakers, how they'll play, runs through the guards. But you add to that Jack Befano's rebounding, and they have a couple big men. They have a couple of 6'7 players, outmatches the Lakers in a few categories there.
So we're going to get set for tip-off at Max Zeal. The Lakers in all white and the Saints in all black. The second matchup of the round of 64 in Oswego, New York. As Bowman wins the tip for Oswego against Beckett, and we're underway. Jamal Akili to Jeremiah Sparks and Cartier Bowman. Bowman backing down Bafano, can't hit the layup. Bafano grabs the rebound.
Excellent second chance effort by Bowman there. The strength of this Lakers team is their offensive rebounding and rebounding in general. They out-rebound teams by about 10 a game, which is 8th in the country.
Hockenberry finds Beckett. Now out to Harris. Stubbs will try a three. It doesn't go.
Sparks got lucky there. Stubbs got him jumping on the fake.
Akili. 19:05 remaining in the first half. Akili finds Green. Green on the elbow. Out to Sparks. He'll try a three, and he sinks it.
Excellent ball movement by the Lakers. Penetration by Green before they kick out to Sparks.
Anderson takes it away, and he'll finish the layup.
Steal by Aki Anderson. He averages about 2 of those a game in the Lakers. An excellent stealing team, about 9 a team.
Lakers with an early 5-0 lead. Saints trying to answer. Stubbs to Beckett. Harris back to Stubbs. Step back three from the corner. It doesn't go. Akili loses it. And Stubbs will set things up. Finds Harris. Down low. Beckett saves it from going out of bounds. Stubbs. Harris, 17 on the shot clock. Down low. Stubbs. And a three from Hockenberry doesn't go. Saints struggling early. Sparks on the inside is fouled. That's going to go on Bafano, and that's his first.
Sparks really showed his court vision there, finding the lane between the defenders on the fast break and getting himself in position to get a shot off through contact.
Jeremiah Sparks, the junior guard, a 6'3" guard from Jordan, New York. Sinks the first free throw. He's up to 4 points.
Sparks, 78% free throw this year. One of the best on the team.
17:48 remaining in the first half. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows. For the NCAA tournament round of 64, Sparks hits both free throws, and the Lakers are out to a 7-0 lead. Marymount moving it up. Bafano inside to Stubbs, and he's going to be fouled. He'll go to the line to shoot two.
Interesting to see the Lakers playing full court press early in this one. I'm curious to see how quickly they run out of energy, or if the full court press causes Marymount to run out of energy first.
Marcus Stubbs, a 6'3" junior guard from Boyd's, Maryland. At the line, makes the first, averaging 16.9 points per game for the AEC winning Marymount Saints. Stubbs' second free throw, and he sinks it. 7-2 Laker lead. Green will bring it up. Aki Anderson. Akili to Sparks. 15 on the shot clock. Bowman out to Anderson. Step back from the free throw line, doesn't go. Akili with the offensive rebound. Inside to Sparks in the lane, and he finishes.
Sparks showing early in this one that contact around the rim is not going to bother him. He will get shots off.
9-2 Oswego State. Marcus Beckett finds Isaac Harris. He'll pull up. from the wing and drain it.
Good move from Harris. A little fake, gets him some space, and he pulls up.
Devin Green, 16:40 remaining in the half. Achille to Sparks and Green. Green on the inside, puts one up, doesn't go. Achille offensive rebound, and he finishes.
Another offensive rebound for the Lakers.
Harris to Hockenberry. Saints trying to get things going. Green got knocked down. Hockenberry, a deep three.
Hockenberry, the best three-point shooter on this team, about 45% from deep this year.
11-7, Green tries a three. That's no good. Achille with another offensive rebound. On the inside, can't finish. Bafano with the rebound. Harris will bring it up. Stubbs with Sparks on him. Finds Beckett. Inside. And is knocked down, no call. Lakers on the fast break. Bowman to Anderson. Out to Sparks. Open for three.
Jeremiah Sparks is the leader of this team, and he's showing early that playoff experience matters. He played last year with this team in the NCAA tournament, and now the early scoring leader for this Lakers team, he's already got 10.
.08 remaining in the first half, and a big start for Jeremiah Sparks.
Yet to miss a shot, Sparks. Now 3 of 3 from the field, 2 of 2 from deep, and I think Marymount's going to have to change their game plan. Sparks has been left open a few too many times here.
Marymount head coach Chris Rogers in his 14th season as the Saints head coach, an overall record 171 and 175, but since the Saints have joined the Atlantic East Conference, they are 36-12. That's a 75% win percentage.
Yeah, they are probably one of the favorites to win this conference every year since they've joined. They were the regular season champions this season, a 10-2 record in the conference, and they matched up with Newman, the one team in the team was second place in their conference championship game. And between those two squads, you're going to look at the automatic bid from this conference probably going to one of those two for the next couple of years.
14-7, Oswego State. If you're just joining us, the NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament round of 64. The first game of the day between John Carroll and Albertus Magnus. Finished John Carroll 91, Albertus Magnus 80. So we're back underway. Rashawn Cook comes into the game. So does Montel Cooper. As Cook in the lane, tries the layup, and it's short. Achille. It's going to back down Cook. Had it tipped away. Good steal by Montel Cooper. Rashawn Cook. And a three comes in from Peja Boyd. 14-10, Oswego State. 14-15 to go in the first half. Anderson to Achille. Achille, another turnover. Hockenberry gets it to Cook on the fast break. A good move, but couldn't finish. Oswego moves quickly. Sparks will set thing up. Anderson in the paint and finishes.
Key Anderson has seen an improved role with this Lakers offense on the scoring side.
Cooper quickly on the other end, and Marymount answer. 16-12. Anderson gets the double screen. Green will try a three.
Devin Green is one of the best three-point shooters in the country, 4th in three-point percentage this season nationally.
Cooper to Cook, down low to Boyd. Cook's 13 on the shot clock. Now down to 10. Cook gets the screen. Cooper into the lane, and a tough move by Montel Cooper.
That's an excellent move from Cooper. He finally found the penetration, and Coach Leone unhappy with the way his defense is playing, very vocal there.
12:30 to go in the first half. Oswego State lead it 19-14. Sparks. Achille back to Sparks. He'll try another one, and he's feeling it from deep.
Jeremiah Sparks doesn't need space to shoot, and he proved it there.
Cooper wide open from deep, and it doesn't go. Bowman to Green. Through the double team to Sparks. Thought about it. Gets it back now, Green. Down low to Achille. Into the body of Boyd, and he's fouled. 11:48 to go in the first half. Oswego State lead it 22-14.
The Lakers are using their three-point prowess to find space in the lane. They did it a couple times just on that possession alone. A pump to get the three, got a defender jumping, and they would find the passing lane inside. Happened 2-3 times. Devin Green, Jeremiah Sparks, both.
As Marymount head coach Chris Rogers, Brian, what do you think he's saying to his guys right now?
Calm down. I think the moment might be getting to them a little bit. Playing in the NCAA tournament, their first time since 2000, none of these players are experienced. They need to just slow down. They're moving really fast. It hasn't resulted in turnovers yet, though experience says that will eventually start happening. But on the defensive side, they're moving a lot. They're not switching, and it's leading to open shots or, as we just saw, players jumping on ball fakes.
Marymount from the Atlantic East Conference, their highest win total came back in 2014-2015. They had a 19-7 overall record, and they've only played in the postseason, like you said, Brian, just one time. That came in 2018-19. They played in the ECAC tournament, so their first taste of the NCAA tournament here. As Achille, Jamal Achille, the senior forward, from Staten Island, New York.
Achille, under 60% from the charity stripe this year, but a player with experience knows just how big free throws early in the game can be.
Achilles' second free throw. He knocks it down. Joey Robeck will come in for the Lakers, checking in for Devin Green.
Robeck just as dangerous a three-point shooter, so Marymount really can't switch up their game plan as far as how they play Robeck to Green.
Jack Farrelly, as well as Brian Etienne, come in for the Saints. Etienne to Boyd. Tried to get it to Cook, and Anderson took it away. Achille to Anderson and Sparks. Sparks in the paint. Couple moves to Robeck and to Caleb Cook. Robeck, an open three, and it's no good. 24-14, Oswego State. 11:10 to go in the first half. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows. Cook. Down low, Cooper. And Cook made the right play and couldn't hit the layup.
That's tough luck for the Saints there.
Caleb Cook now. A floater. And he knocks it down.
Again, going to the ball screen, getting the defender off his feet before eventually putting the shot up.
And Chris Rogers is going to call his first timeout as Marymount is going to talk things over. Down by 12 with 10:38 to go in the first half. And the story has been the Oswego guards, Sparks and now Cook off the bench.
Yeah, the Lakers run their offense through their guards, as most teams do, but it's the versatility of having 4 or 5 playmakers, some of them off the bench like Cook, who can all pass the ball, can shoot the ball. Excellent court vision from all of them, and they really just are do-it-all guards on the offensive side of the ball. We've seen Jeremiah Sparks, we just saw Cook, but Devin Green at points throughout this season has been a ball handler. You could see that later in this game. And also, can't forget Aki Anderson as well.
The Lakers, SUNYAC champions for 2 straight years, the first time they've had conference titles in back-to-back years since the 1960s. Rashawn Cook finds Marcus Stubbs. He'll try a jumper, it doesn't go. Saints gets the offensive rebound. Etienne to Cook and Stubbs. Beckett finds Etienne. 8 on the shot clock. Etienne in the lane. And he's fouled a strong move into the paint.
Yeah, Marymount showing earlier that they want to use penetration to run their offense. It's led to a few contested layups so far, but they also use it to kick the ball out towards 3.
Brian Etienne, a freshman guard off the bench from Coral Springs, Florida, can't hit the first free throw. Lakers going to make a substitution. Devin Green comes in for Jeremiah Sparks.
Etienne shooting about 66% from the charity stripe this year. A freshman really trying to step up in a big moment in his first year in the program.
Etienne tries a second and makes it. Marymount shooting 74% as a team from the charity strike on the season. Green to Cook. Anderson inside, and another one for Aki Anderson. He's up to 6 points on the night.
Again, they go back to the floater.
Etienne traveled on the other end. And a turnover for the Saints. 28-15 Oswego State. 9:45 to go in the first half.
Just the 3rd turnover of the half so far for the Saints.
Caleb Cook will pull up, and it doesn't go. Rashawn Cook. To Bafano and Stubbs. Now Beckett finds Etienne. Cook almost had it taken away. Pulls up from the free throw line, and it rattles out.
Cook tried to keep Anderson on his back after he attempted to steal, but Anderson got himself back into position to affect the shot.
Marymount shooting 5 for 15 early in this half. 33% from the field to the Lakers' 58% from the field. Inbounded to Green and Aki Anderson. 20 on the shot clock. Anderson gets the double screen. Gets it to Bowman. Bowman with Etienne on him, and Etienne is charged with the foul for the reach-in.
The 3rd personal foul here for the Saints with 8:54 remaining. Not really in foul trouble yet, though.
as ETN comes out of the game, and Wyatt Hockenberry will come back in. Aki Anderson on the inside, tipped away by Beckett. Good defense by the Saints. 14 on the shot clock. It'll be baseline out of bounds for the Lakers.
That tip away from Beckett saved a pretty easy bucket for Anderson.
As Rashawn Cook checks out, Isaac Harris comes back in. Devin Green on the inside, can't hit it for Oswego. Green will try a three, and it hits the front rim. Stubbs quickly. Hockenberry is able to get it. Hockenberry up to 5.
The Saints have made just 2 of their last 6 attempts from the field.
Robeck will try the jumper as Devin Green struggling for Oswego State. Inside, and Marymount take advantage of it. Beckett right in the paint. As Green struggling, he's going to come out of the game. It looks to come out of the game. Jeremiah Sparks is going to check in for Devin Green. 28-19 Oswego State. 8:09 to go in the first half. Zach Malamud and Brian Burrows. The NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament round of 64 at Max Seal Gymnasium in Oswego, New York. The hosts, Oswego State Lakers, taking on the Marymount University Saints. Aki Anderson for Oswego. 10 on the shot clock. Anderson finds Caleb Cook. Cook will pull up from the wing, and it doesn't go.
A lot of off-ball movement for the Lakers there, but it didn't really result in any open looks.
Anderson with the steal. Bowman throws it down.
That's a poster from the SUNYAC tournament MVP, Cartier Bowman.
Crowd erupts at Max Seal. Harris to Stubbs. And it's tipped away. Out off Jack Pafano down low. As we look at Bowman flying through the paint.
You see the Marymount defender just move out of the way of Bowman. He knew there was no stopping that man in the air.
Oswego State struggling recently. Besides that Bowman dunk, one of their last 6 from the field. So Lakers trying to find open shots. Had a hot start. We're 58% from the field, now just 50%.
Yeah, I think Marymount made a change in one of these timeouts. The defense definitely been a lot stronger these last couple possessions. The Lakers, as I mentioned, a lot of off-ball movement, but hasn't resulted in any open looks, which is what was happening early. The Lakers were finding open men around the three-point line, especially Jeremiah Sparks had a couple open threes early, but a change from the Marymount defense has resulted in a lot of those open looks dissipating.
Marymount this season averaging 72.3 points per game. They allow 69 points per game. That's a little bit different from Oswego, where the Lakers averaging 84.6 points per game and allowing just 63 points per game.
Yeah, a scoring margin of 21 points a game. That's number 2 in the country.
Sparks will inbound. Sean Edwards comes in for Oswego State. A 30-19 lead. 7 minutes remaining in the first half. Caleb Cook to Cartier Bowman. Back to Cook and Edwards. 10 on the shot clock, Jeremiah Sparks. Robeck. Edwards will try a 3 from the wing, and it doesn't go.
That was Edwards' first three-point attempt of the season.
Bafano to Hockenberry, and he'll try a 3. Hasn't got it going yet. Sparks to Cook, and Cook will sink it from deep.
And he adds his signature celebration on top of it, the little 3 sign around his waist.
Stubbs with the answer.
Stubbs, an excellent three-point shooter, 45% from deep this year.
First field goal of the game for Marcus Stubbs. A foul on Jeremiah Sparks. And Marymount's bench liking what they see. An 11-point Laker lead.
Yeah, Sparks' feet just weren't quite set when he handed that ball off and became a screener. Called for the illegal screen. And an unfortunate turnover for the Lakers' 5th of the game. Or, sorry, 4th of the game.
Marcus Beckett comes out of the game. And Montel Cooper comes back in. Kick ball violation as Hockenberry was trying to get it inside for Marymount. It's going to be baseline out of bounds. Isaac Harris to inbound. 5:42 in the half. Stubbs will pull up from deep, and it rattles around. Bowman tried the rebound, and the Lakers get it anyway. Scafano tried to keep it in. Sparks to Cook. Out to Robeck. Edwards. Robeck. Back to Edwards. He'll try another 3. And it bounces off the front rim. Marymount looking to take advantage. Stubbs on the inside. Cooper. And it hits off the brick and bounces in.
That's an excellent spin move from Montel Cooper.
Jeremiah Sparks to Sean Edwards. Caleb Cook will try, it doesn't go. Marymount on a quick run. Harris on the inside, he's fouled by Cook. 4:40 to go. 33-24 Oswego State.
That's a good play from Cook as a trailing defender. You know, sometimes you have to give a foul to prevent an easy bucket.
Isaac Harris gonna go to the line to shoot 2. Harris shooting 68% from the free throw line this season. The freshman guard from Cherryville, Pennsylvania. Lakers make a couple of substitutions. Cartier Bowman and Caleb Cook check out. Aki Anderson and Jamal Achille come in. Harris makes both free throws. 7-point deficit for the Saints. Anderson to Robeck. Out to Edwards. He'll try another 3, and that one doesn't go.
Edwards now 0 of 3 from deep in this one.
Cooper finds Stubbs, and a travel called on Marcus Stubbs. Devin Green's going to come back in for Sean Edwards.
Looks like he has a little tape on his wrist there.
4:21 to go. Lakers with possession. Aki Anderson brings it up. Finds Devin Green. Green will try a 3, and it rattles out for Oswego.
Green, 1 of 5 for a guy who, from deep, for a guy who shoots very well from 3.
Stubbs finds Cooper on the inside. He's fouled. It's going to go on Jamal Achille. That's his 2nd personal foul, the team's 5th. The Lakers are scoreless in the last 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and in that same time span, Marymount has turned this game around on a 7-0 run.
Yeah, whatever changes they've made during this game are really working, especially as of late. And a big change I've noticed has been the rebounding. With about 10 to go in this first half, the Lakers had a at about a +7 rebounding advantage. Now down 14-13 and out-rebounded on the defensive side 12-9. They really were crashing the boards early, but it looks like Marymount has made a conscious effort to box out and grab rebounds away from the Lakers, a team that excels at putting second chance points back in the basket.
Marymount actually losing the rebounding margin on the season. They're -3. They average 33.9 rebounds per game, but let up 36.9 rebounds per game. Now grabbing the rebounding advantage in this one, definitely helping the Saints. 3:50 to go in the first half. Marymount will inbound it. Baseline out of bounds with Harris inside to Cooper, and he's fouled.
It's a good inbound play from the Saints to find the open cutter, and just, even though he had 3 men around him, he drew the foul after putting the shot up.
That one's going to go on Jamal Achille. That is his 3rd personal, the team's 6th. Montel Cooper at the line makes the first free throw. Achille will check out. Cartier Bowman will come back in. Joey Robeck will take a seat, and Caleb Cook will come in for Oswego State. Cooper makes both free throws. 3:48 to go in the first half. 33-28 Oswego. Sparks looking for Cook. Tipped out of bounds, according to the official. And they're going to talk it over and roll it Marymount ball.
Sparks saying, my bad there. Pass a little high and just out of the reach of Caleb Cook.
Harris looking for Bafano, and Bowman tried to take it away. It was tripped, tangled up with the feet of Bafano, and that's going to be a foul on the Saints big man. That's his 2nd personal. So both teams with a little bit of foul trouble late in this first half.
The Lakers right now, as I said, a lot of their fouls have come from Achille, not on the court now. Getting him in foul trouble could be scary for them late in this game.
Lakers looking for their first bucket in 3 minutes. Green is fouled by Stubbs. That's going to be Stubbs' first foul. It's going to be the 5th team foul. Couple fouls to give for Chris Rogers' guys with 3:19 to go in the half. Green into Anderson. Anderson in the paint, he's fouled, and he gets the end one.
Excellent job by Key Anderson, keeping his balance in the air enough to get that shot off. Got the lucky roll. Now he goes to the line for the N1 opportunity.
Anderson starting this game red hot, 4 for 5 from the field. And now up to 9 points on the night.
Anderson coming off a SUNY championship game where he was the Lakers' leading scorer with 22. Now with 8.
Marcus Stubbs finds Peja Boyd. Was looking for Wyatt Hockenberry, and it trickles out of bounds. Another turnover for the Saints.
They're 9th so far of the first half. The Lakers only with 5.
Anderson to Sparks and Cook. Now Devin Green. Green on the inside, lost possession, tried to put up the layup, and it didn't go.
It's good defense there to push him just a little too far under the basket.
Stubbs down low to Cooper, posting up Anderson. And the fadeaway does not go for Montel Cooper. Gets the offensive rebound. Stubbs on the inside, and he can't hit the layup. Lakers moving quickly. Green to Sparks. Sparks in the paint, and he's fouled. That's going to be the 7th team foul, and the Lakers now in the bonus will be shooting 1-on-1, 2:08 remaining in the first half.
Foul against Wyatt Hockenberry, his first.
Sparks, the leading scorer in this game for either side, now up to 14 in the first half. Sparks tries the second and makes it up to 15. Lakers lead 38-28, 2:05 remaining. Hockenberry to Stubbs and Cooper. Cooper posting up down low, tries the layup, it doesn't go. Look for the offensive rebound, and Bowman grabbed it. Lakers on a fast break. Anderson finds Bowman on the inside. What a pass by Aki Anderson.
Lakers on a 7-0 run in the last 2 minutes.
Hockenberry on the inside. He's fouled by Green. That's going to be the first personal on Devin Green. 17th foul. Hockenberry, with 5 points to start the game, is going to take his first trip to the free throw line.
Hockenberry this year, a 13.9 point per game scorer, shot about 45% from the field and 44% from deep.
Hockenberry's first, and he sinks it. The second leading scorer this season.
And a member of the All-Atlantic East Conference first team.
Hockenberry's second. He gets it to go. Rashawn Cook's going to come in for Isaac Harris. 40-30, Oswego State. The NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament, round of 64 at Maxiel Gymnasium in Oswego, New York. Oswego State Lakers and the Marymount University Saints. Minute 10 to go in the half. Aki Anderson finds Devin Green. He'll try a three, it doesn't go. Caleb Cook saves it from going out of bounds. Sparks tries to get it to Green, and ball trickling out of bounds. It's going to be Lakers possession on the sideline. 56 seconds to go, 14 on the shot clock.
Going back to that Green three, he's pretty cold in this one to start the game. 1 of 5 from deep, 1 of 8 from the field, just 3 points to go with 2 rebounds.
10 on the shot clock. Jeremiah Sparks. Finds Devin Green. And Caleb Cook will try a three as the shot clock went off and he couldn't hit it. Rashawn Cook quickly. Pull up for Cook and he sinks it.
Excellent shot selection from Cook there. Found the space on the fast break and without taking to the bucket, got the shot to fall.
About 1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock as Oswego State is going to call a timeout. As both teams struggling a bit recently. Lakers 1 for 9 from their last 4 from the field, as well as Marymount 1 of 4 from the field. Both teams really struggling from three-point range, especially the Lakers 1 for their last 9.
Yeah, both teams have been swarming around the three-point line, and they're both 2 of the better three-point defenders in the country this year. The Lakers defend the three at about a 28% clip, while the Saints allowing about 29% against them. And to go with that, both teams, two of the best three-point shooting teams in the country. The Lakers ranked 10th this year, while the Saints ranked 13th.
The Lakers come out of the timeout, 20.3 on the clock. Devin Green inbounds to Jeremiah Sparks. Devin Green. Caleb Cook, Aki Anderson from the free throw line, and it rolls around and in. Rashawn Cook will go quickly. 3 on the clock. Down low to Cooper, and he finishes the layup as the horn sounds at halftime. Oswego State leads it 42-34. And a great transition play to answer by Marymount. They get a standing ovation from the fans that traveled up from Virginia.
This is a good first half for both sides. Just an 8-point difference between the teams. Again, we mentioned earlier how Marymount outscores teams about 3 a game, only down 8 right now to a team that outscores teams by 21 a game. Still a second half to go, but I want to highlight here Montel Cooper, 10 points, 4 rebounds in the first half. He's coming off a performance of 13-7 in an AEC championship game. For the Lakers, it was Sparks early, 15 points, and then Aki Anderson of late, 11, 5 of 6 from the field.
We're going to send you to the halftime show. At halftime, Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows, the NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament. At halftime, the Lakers of Oswego State lead it 42-34 over the Marymount Saints.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
Welcome back to Major Discussions.
Did you know dragging chains can spark a wildfire?
Only you can prevent wildfires.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Hey there, I'm Al Roker, class of 76. Yes, way back in 76. Back when the earth was cooling. You're watching WTOP.
Welcome back to the halftime show after 20 minutes of play. We currently have a score of Oswego State 42 and Marymount 34. It's been a great great first half of play, but we welcome you back inside the Al Roker studio. I'm Jacob Bradley, joined by Tommy Tallarino and Kenny Gerard once again. And gentlemen, a big-time first half for both teams, but the Lakers seem to be kind of easing away with this one here early on.
Yeah, we see the Lakers. They're shooting the ball a little bit better from three, running in transition. Jeremiah Sparks leading the way. This is what they've done all year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're well-rounded so far. 15 points for Jeremiah Sparks, another 11 points for Aki Anderson. The team is well-rounded, and so far they have put their foot on the gas, and they have not let up.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good half for both of these teams so far. Just off the top of the dome right here, Jeremiah Sparks, like you said, 15 points. Aki Anderson's got 11. Marymount, they're still fighting in it, though. I mean, we're seeing a lot of different scores atop the Marymount overall just box score. So it's been kind of a back-and-forth game. Marymount, they just can't seem to hop over that ledge and break that 6, 7, 8 point lead that the Lakers have had going.
Yeah, you see Marymount, they're led by Cooper tonight with 10 points, a little bit more balanced offense, but they're getting in striking distance to close down this lead, and then Oswego gets a crucial turnover, and they're off and running, and they're extending that lead back up to 10 points around that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you got guys like Montel Cooper for Marymount who are keeping this game still close. This game is very, very far from over. We got another 20 minutes of basketball to go. But right now, Oswego just seems like they're a better, well-oiled machine. The chemistry is clicking. On most cylinders, they seem everything's going their way. Better field goal percentage, getting more points in the paint, and less turnovers than Marymount.
Yeah, for sure, as we are going to get set to take a look at the full screen with all the stats on it. The halftime summary, oh my goodness. Long day, if I do say so myself. But yeah, there you see it right there, 42-34. The Lakers not as good as maybe they'd be looking for in the three-point percentage. Of course, though, to mention they have attempted double the amount of three-pointers that Marymount has. But Tommy, straight away right there, those points in the paint, 18. That's where you get it done down low. We saw the top. That's almost why they're here with winning that SUNYAC, relying on Cartier Bowman down low. And the Lakers right there doing that, taking the lead with the points in the paint.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Marymount's actually leading the totals for rebounds. They got a one rebound advantage, 17-16 right there. But Oswego State, they're winning the offensive rebound battle, which is helping them win the points in the paint. That's something they've tried to do all year, and they're doing it again tonight.
Yeah, just taking advantage of the quick rebounds. Like we said, Bowman has been excellent so far tonight. He's getting plenty of rebounds. He may not have a lot of points right now, but he's been a force on defense and for the rebounds.
Absolutely. Of course, the Lakers Marymount's leading with the turnovers. As for Oswego, currently, I mean, it's just been kind of back and forth with all that going on, but they're perfect from the charity stripe, which is a big, big key that you're going to want to look at, especially heading into the second half. But we're going to take a look at some of those three-point shots. We saw them back in the first. We talked about it just a second ago. The Lakers have doubled the amount of three-point attempts. It's been one of the reasons why the Lakers are here today, relying on some of the three-point effort. But Marymount's been able to keep right back up on them, hitting some deep threes, Kenny.
Yeah, absolutely. Marymount has been putting some threes down. And like we said, Oswego, they may have a lower three-point percentage right now, but you can't miss if you don't shoot. And Oswego doubled the amount of shots.
Yeah, Sparks leading the way for the Lakers from three. He's 3 of 3 on the night. Devin Green, 1 of 5. Not the best night for him, but we've seen him turn things around. Marymount, though, like you said, they're not shooting as many threes, but they are still making them. They're still making around 50% of their threes. I think that is something that's keeping them in this game, are those threes, and I think they might be shooting more in the second half.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see, and of course, Kenny, I like the little the reference there. You miss 100% of the oh my goodness. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky.
Michael Scott.
But yeah, and then after that, we're going to show you a little bit of the NCAA, what's going around there, a little bit of an extra what's going on around the NCAA. We're not the only game that's being played right here. We've got a lot more games going on around the country. This is our little bracket here that we're focusing on. Of course, we saw John Carroll advance. We're also see Scranton take the victory over Wesleyan. And just overall, Randolph-Macon is going to be later on in the game or later on in the day. So it's going to be interesting to see how this bracket shapes out in 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see how those brackets figure out. You never know how they go. That's why they call it March Madness. But, we saw John Carroll advance. They kind of ran away with it in the second half. But Scranton winning a tight one there, 65-64 game.
Yeah, a lot of people had NC Westland as an upset possibility, and it didn't come through today. The big game to watch for, though, Randolph-Macon, the previous national champion last year for D3 basketball. That's a team to watch. I'm excited to see that game.
Absolutely. Big implications, of course, with Randolph-Macon to see how they perform and do in this tournament, of course, with the pressure on their back. They got the bullseye on the chest right now. The question is, they got 63 other teams trying to take their spot at the top, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play out. But I'm going to ask you guys the age-old question. Marymount, they find themselves down currently in the game. Tommy, I'll start with you. What do the Saints need to do in order to get back in this game?
I'd say make the extra passes, limit the amount of turnovers, and try to get the three-ball numbers up. I think they're shooting really well behind the arc, and I think they should increase the volume of shots they're taking.
I think he said it perfectly. If they continue to shoot behind a three-point line, those extra points are going to add up. Obviously, the nice little jumpers are good, but those three-pointers, they mean a little bit more. And if you're making 43% of your shots, why not take some more?
Kenny, we're quoting The Office, so how about the turntables a little bit? I'm going to ask you about Oswego. They've got a lead right now. It's comfortable, but it's not enough, especially with that much basketball left to play. What do the Lakers need to do in order to solidify that lead, grow it, and walk out of here with the victory?
Well, you're not going to fix it if it ain't broken right now. They need to continue doing what they're doing, and they have to prepare for the things that might come out against them right now. As we had mentioned, Jeremiah Sparks has been great, and so has Aki Anderson, and I would expect the defense to look at them a little bit more and guard them a little bit better, maybe a couple more double teams or whatever they got to do. They should be ready to expect that and dish the ball out to other people like Bowman.
Absolutely. I mean, Tommy, we talk about it. In the last game, the Lakers are so deep. They really don't have one guy that's going to be dropping 20, 25 a game. They're going to get you a lot of guys that got around 10. So right now we're seeing that in full display. Who is going to step up for the Lakers? And I guess I'll ask you. I'll put you on the spot right now.
Oh, boy.
Who's stepping up for them in the second half? Who's stepping up for them? And then I'll ask you, Kenny, maybe for the other team.
Oh, boy.
I think the obvious answer could be Sparks. I think he's still going to have a solid half. But I also think, Cartier Bowman kind of had a quiet half, only 4 points, 2 of 3. I think he's going to get a lot more rebounds, and I think he might get some more points in the paint there for the Lakers.
Kenny, who are you looking out for?
Well, I might steal a little bit of your thunder here, but I am taking Wyatt Hockenberry for the next half. He has been very good so far. I love that name, by the way.
Yeah.
He's the guy to watch out for. He's been good so far, putting up 7 points so far. He shot 50%. It's not bad, and he's perfect from the free throw line. I mean, he's making the easy shots that he needs to make. He's making a couple of the nice shots. He's making things happen. He's been great on defense. Has been locked down. He already has a steal. But he does have 2 turnovers for Hockenberry.
It's all right.
But that's all right. Those are mistakes we're going to fix going out of the half.
Absolutely. See, I'll even throw my name in the hat because I didn't get to have fun with you guys in the pregame show with the players to watch. I'll throw in Montel Cooper. 10-4 currently in the first half. Certainly been a backbone for this team. Currently as a team in scoring. It's going to be interesting to see. You need one guy to step up. Montel Cooper could be that guy for Marymount to step up in the second half. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to send you back over to the Zeal for the second half of the NCAA Men's Division III basketball tournament between Oswego State Lakers and the Marymount Saints. We'll be right back after this.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Say, President Stanley, whenever there's bad weather, who would you turn to?
I'd turn to Storm Team 10.
No, but you've got to say it like this. Storm Team 10. Say it with me. Storm Team 10.
Roll it.
Jill told me it was Kitty from Glee. Yeah, what is it?
Al Roker.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to welcome you inside Maxiel Gymnasium. As at halftime, the Oswego State Lakers lead the Marymount University Saints 42-34. Zach Malamud, Ryan Burrows, the NCAA Division III basketball tournament, round of 64. And Brian, in that first half, Marymount struggled early, but found a way to come back. Montel Cooper, 10 points, 4 rebounds for the Saints.
Yeah, the first half was really a half of runs. The Lakers got started early, got themselves a lead. Then they went cold in the middle part of the half and allowed the Saints to find a way back. You mentioned Montel Cooper really leading that comeback with his 10 points. Also, Wyatt Hockenberry, 7 points for the Saints. And then towards the end of the half, Marymount went cold, and the Lakers started to pick it back up, led by Akia Anderson. He's got up to 11 on 5 of 6 shooting in the first half.
And the Lakers, you mentioned Aki Anderson, as well as Jeremiah Sparks. Sparks with 15, Anderson with 11. Lakers going with their big scorers to get the job done.
Yeah, 26 points of the Lakers 42, a combined 9 of 10 from the field, 3 of 3 from deep, all from Jeremiah Sparks, and really using guard play to find their advantage here.
So we're going to get set to get back underway for the second half, with a trip to the round of 32 tomorrow at Maxiel Gymnasium on the line. Isaac Harris has it for Marymount. Wyatt Hockenberry to Marcus Stubbs. Beckett to Hockenberry. Harris to Stubbs. Stubbs, a fadeaway on the wing. Tough shot by Marcus Stubbs.
Marcus Stubbs, a slow first half, just 1 of 5 from the field. Getting going early, the team's leading scorer and an all-conference player.
Stubbs up to 7. Jeremiah Sparks to Devin Green. Green, a step back, rattles around, doesn't go. Jamal Achille finishes the and one for Oswego.
Excellent play by Jamal Achille. Positioned himself perfectly to grab the offensive rebound and then up and in through traffic. You see it again here. Achille, perfect box out, had the man at his back, grabbed the rebound, put it straight back up in contact, puts him at the line for.
So Achille completes the N1. Lakers have a 45-36 lead. Achille with 6 points. Marcus Stubbs finds Isaac Harris. Wyatt Hockenberry from deep. And it doesn't go for Marymount. Anderson to Green. Inside to Anderson. Is able to get it to Bowman. What a play by Aki Anderson.
Good look pass from Devin Green. Anderson couldn't control it, but he tips it to Bowman.
Hockenberry looking to answer. Down low. Bafano. Double team. Finds Hockenberry the 3. He can't hit it. Green to Anderson, and Bowman on the inside. He's fouled by Beckett. And the Lakers with an early run to the second half. 5-0 in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Bowman's going to go over the line to shoot 2.
The early connection here in the second half between Akia Anderson and Cartier Bowman looking impactful. We'll see if they stick to it.
Bowman hits the first free throw.
Bowman 70% from the charity stripe this year. It's pretty good for a big man, I'd say.
Bowman grabbed 13 rebounds for Oswego State in the SUNYAC championship game 1 week ago. Has 8 points, 4 rebounds to start this one. Hockenberry has it tipped away. Sparks to Bowman. And he'll throw it down with 2 hands.
run to start the second half.
Chris Rogers going to call a timeout. His team scoreless in 1 minute and 35 seconds. That same span, Lakers on a 9-0 run, like you mentioned, Brian. If you're Marymount right now, a lot of turnovers to start the half. Probably have to cut those out against a Lakers team that really feasts on those.
Yeah, the Lakers' full court press has been causing some problems here. If the Lakers were to back off and the Saints could run a half-court offense, you'd slow the game down, less turnovers, pass the ball, set up an offense. But with a full court press, you have to break it, and passes are getting sloppy from the Saints.
The Lakers winning the battle right now in the paint, 24-14. And points off turnovers. We mentioned the 10 turnovers for Marymount to the 5 for Oswego State. Points off turnovers. Lakers lead it 9-3 with 18:08 to go in the second half. Marymount's going to go to their bench. Rashawn Cook is going to come into the game. Has 2 points on the night so far. 17:55 to go. Hockenberry. Buffano tries the jumper from the elbow. Too much room for Jack Buffano.
That's a good look from the Saints. Buffano had space at the free throw line.
Aki Anderson gets it to Devin Green. Step back, and Devin Green sinks it from the elbow. And a turnover for Marymount. Number 11 on the day, Marcus Stubbs, stepped out of bounds.
Devin Green hitting just his second shot of the game, but maybe turnaround looking coming in the second half.
53-38 Oswego State, 17:20 to go. Sparks can hit the floater. McKinley gets the offensive rebound. Devin Green down to Cartier Bowman. Ataki Anderson, he'll try a three.
Excellent ball movement by the Lakers. Cartier Bowman, little fake spin, got space, drew the defender from the three-point line, and Anderson drains the three.
14 points for Aki Anderson. Hockenberry down low, he's fouled by Devin Green. That's going to be number 2 on Green. And the team's first team foul.
Hockenberry 2 for 2 so far tonight from the free throw line.
Hockenberry, the junior guard from Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, hits the first free throw. A substitution. Montel Cooper comes in for Marymount, the leading scorer on the night so far for the Saints. And he'll come in for Marcus Beckett. Hockenberry's second free throw rattles around the rim. 56-39 Oswego State. 16:45 to go. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows. Day 1 of the NCAA tournament. Jeremiah Sparks to Jamal Achille, 10 on the shot clock. Achille inside, has it tipped away by Buffano. A fast break, and Hockenberry lost it. Gets it to Cook. Cook on the inside. Great move by Rashawn Cook.
A little hesitation moving the lane, grabbed the space, got the defender on his shoulder, which is just enough room to get the ball off the backboard.
Aki Anderson to Devin Green. Out to Jeremiah Sparks. Sparks off the backboard on the post move.
That is a tricky shot to hit for Jeremiah Sparks, but he made it look easy.
Sparks with 17. Hockenberry with the answer. And the foul from deep.
Devin Green just can't do that. He tried to contest the shot, but his momentum just pulled him into Hockenberry. It was way after the shot was gone. And Hockenberry hits the three. He gets the 4-point opportunity.
Hockenberry with 11 points. As Marymount cut the deficit to 14 at Max Zeal Gymnasium, 15:32 remaining in the second half. And Hockenberry with a huge shot to maybe switch the momentum, as Marymount have hit 3 of their last 4 from the field, starting to feel it and get comfortable in the second half.
Yeah, it's a big shot from Hockenberry. He's starting to feel it here in the second half, putting shots up and starting to finally get something to fall. As a team, Marymount 4 of 6 here in the second half. That's just their first 3 in the second half. Lakers 6 of 9, so pretty even spread on the shooting, but both squads looking hot coming out of the break.
Marymount to start the second half, you brought up the 66% from the field. They're shooting 46% on the game, and they're shooting 40% from deep. It's a couple of percentages over their season average. 38%, almost 39% from deep. Lakers, on the other hand, shooting 40% as well from three-point range. A couple more shots, shooting 6 for 15. Hockenberry looking to complete the 4-point play, and he does. 58-45, Oswego, 15:32 to go in the second half.
Hockenberry now also at 12 points, became Saints' leading scorer on that 4-point opportunity.
Bowman tried to find Anderson, and it tipped out of bounds, and a turnover for Oswego. That's number 6.
The Lakers, as a team, average about 11 turnovers a game while forcing 15.
Rashawn Cook into the lane.
That is excellent body control. Pushed himself off of Bowman, but didn't draw the foul.
Anderson to Sparks. Down to Bowman. Bowman, a post move on the inside and can't hit the layup. Marymount looking to go on a run. Cooper has it tipped away by Anderson, and he'll finish the layup on the fast break. A huge swing for Oswego. Instead of a 9-point game, it's a 13-point lead for the Lakers.
And it breaks a 6-point run for the Saints.
Cook looked to go inside, backs things out. Now to Hockenberry. Step back from the wing, and he couldn't hit it. Sparks moves quickly. He'll back things out as well. 20 on the shot clock, 14:02 on the game clock. Cook. An ISO on Hockenberry. Gets it out to Anderson, 8 on the shot clock. Anderson, step back in the middle, and good defense by the Saints. Cook to Hockenberry. Hockenberry on the inside and can't hit the layup.
It's an unlucky roll from Hockenberry.
Sparks will post up Cook. Good pass to Bowman, and he's fouled. He'll go to the line to shoot 2.
Bowman, 10 points so far in this one. He's 2 for 2 at the line. Has 5 rebounds. I mentioned earlier his 15-point, 13-rebound performance in the SUNYAC championship game. Looking to repeat that one here.
$13-19 to go in the second half. Bowman hits the first 61-47 Oswego State. A couple substitutions, one for each team. Cam Chance gets his first action of the day for the Lakers. He checks in for Jamal Achille, and Jack Pafano will check out for Marymount with Peja Boyd coming back in.
Cam Chains, despite being listed as a 6'1" guard, is one of the best rebounding players on this team. Actually has the team high, single game high as an 18 rebound performance against Buffalo State earlier this season.
Bowman makes both free throws. Lakers with a 15-point lead. Marymount trying to get it over before the 20 seconds hit, and they turned it over. Sparks will set things up for the Lakers. 12:55 to go in the half. Anderson is fouled right on the free throw line by Peja Boyd. It's Marymount's 4th team foul, the first on Boyd.
Marymount getting into foul trouble early here. 15-point deficit, just a couple fouls away from the bonus for the Lakers.
Anderson baseline out of bounds for Oswego State. Finds Bowman, and he tried to throw it down, and it didn't go. Cook tries to answer. That one doesn't go. Chance gets the rebound tied up with Cooper, and it's going to be a jump ball. It's going to be Lakers ball.
Going back to that Bowman dunk, he's looking for his 3rd poster of the day. Good defense down low, and a little misjudgment on his angles kept it from going through the net. But Bowman really having an impact here in the second half.
62-47. Oswego State lead it. The NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament. A round of 64 at Max Hill Gymnasium in Oswego, New York. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows. Caleb Cook tries a 3, and it rattles around, doesn't go. The Lakers get the offensive rebound, and Cartier Bowman's going to call a timeout.
The Lakers are just one of their last 7 from beyond the arc here. And now one of their last 5 from the field. But Marymount hasn't scored in almost 3 minutes.
You mentioned it, Brian. Marymount struggling right now, trying to get things going on offense. A couple of turnovers have hurt them. Turnover battle, 13 for Marymount and 6 for Oswego State. Marymount trying to cut those out, but make some shots on offense as well.
Yeah, you mentioned turnovers. Lakers leading the points off turnovers battle 14-5. And I think that Lakers been struggling with as of late had been the turnovers. It had been some sloppy play in their last couple of games. Really have cut that out here for the first round of the NCAA tournament. But the Saints really need to slow it down and stop putting these fouls. Lakers, again, continuing to full court press, causing problems, but there are ways to break a full court press. They need to start game planning that in and finding ways to get the ball over the half court.
This Marymount team has faced a couple of big names in this year's NCAA tournament. They had an 89-88 win at home against Rowan in early November. And they also went on the road to face Christopher Newport, a big name in Division III. They ended up losing that game only by 15, a tough road game for them, but they have experience against some tough teams in Division III.
Yeah, you mentioned that Rowan game was 25 points for Marcus Stubbs. And Christopher Newport just finalizing their game, a 1-point victory in the first round for them.
As Jeremiah Sparks gets it to go for Oswego, he's up to 19, and the Lakers lead 64-47, 11:55 to go. Montel Cooper finds Marcus Stubbs. He'll try a 3, it doesn't go. Saints with the offensive rebound. Hockenberry tries a 3, and that's no good. A foul down low is going to go on Oswego State, and Cartier Bowman. That's his first personal on the team's 3rd team foul.
The Lakers have done a good job so far in the second half, staying out of foul trouble, especially Achille. 3 fouls in the first half, hasn't picked up one since.
Cook tried to inbound it. Sparks almost took it away. Another opportunity, baseline out of bounds for Marymount. Cook into Cooper. Backing down Chance. We'll throw it back out to Hockenberry. Now Cook, step back three, and he can't hit it.
Marymount scores in the last about 4 minutes. 0 of 6 from the field during that time.
Anderson's fouled on the inside. It's going to be on the floor. Rashawn Cook is going to get charged with it. It's his first and the team's 5th. A couple fouls away from the bonus are the Lakers. 11:23 to go in the second half. Baseline out of bounds. Anderson gets it into Cook. And Sparks up top. It's the screen from Bowman. Sparks on the inside, almost lost it, and finds Cook. 8 on the shot clock. Cook, spin around jumper, a tough shot from Caleb Cook.
Excellent shot from Cook. Used the spin move to push the defender off a little bit. Locked his eyes on the rim and nailed the jump shot.
66-47 Oswego State. 10:50 to go. Boyd to Cook. Great pump fake on the elbow. Can't hit the jumper. And Marymount struggles continue in the second half.
Another foul against Marymount, their 6th of the second half. 13 total personal fouls in this game, but benefiting from a deep bench. So far, no player over 2 personal fouls.
A couple substitutions for both teams, as Jeremiah Sparks is going to come out for Oswego State. As Devin Green comes back in, Isaac Harris, as well as Marcus Beckett come in for the Saints. 10:30 to go. Anderson to Chance, back to Anderson. Cook. Down low to Anderson, into the body of Harris, and finishes the end one.
Aki Anderson had excellent play there. Had an open look, passed it out, got it back, took the contact, and still buried the layup.
Anderson with 18 points this evening. Cannot hit the free throw. And Marymount get the rebound with Cooper. What a play by Montel Cooper. Almost lost it, kept it, and hit the layup. It's a 19-point Laker lead. Devin Green had it tipped away. We'll try a jumper in the paint. That one doesn't go. And a good rebound by Boyd. Marymount looking to go on a run. Cooper down low. And Beckett finishes.
Marymount finally starting to get back on the score sheet here. Lakers have been on a 10-0 run. 4 straight points here for the Saints.
68-51. 9:30 to go. Anderson on the inside. He can't hit the layup. Bowman tips it out of bounds. It's Marymount with a 4-0 run of their own. Marymount coming back in this game right now.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Again, mid-half changes to their defense, starting to slow the Lakers down a little bit here in the last minute or so.
Harris to Beckett, and he traveled. A turnover for Marymount, their 14th of the evening. 9:08 to go. 68-51 Oswego State. Zach Malaman alongside Brian Burrows, the NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament. Round of 64. The winner of this game will face John Carroll in the round of 32 tomorrow. Sparks can't hit the layup. Bowman offensive rebound. Green with the offensive rebound. And the Lakers finally finish.
Despite only being +2 on the rebounds in the game, 2 offensive boards right there, giving them a 9-5 advantage.
Isaac Harris. Tasia Boyd, a good pass to Marcus Stubbs. An easy layup for Stubbs.
Stubbs having a good second half. Couple buckets so far. Really trying to make an impact, being the team's leading scorer.
Jeremiah Sparks to Aki Anderson. Out to Devin Green. Pump fake. Had the defender going. Sparks will try a corner 3. And it went in and out for the Lakers guard. Stubbs looking to turn it around, and it doesn't go. Could have been a huge 3 for Marymount there. Still a 17-point Laker lead. Cook tries from the free throw line. He's fouled by Marcus Stubbs. That's going to be number 2 on Stubbs, the 8th team foul. And Caleb Cook, the senior guard from Auburn, New York, will go to the line to shoot 2. 7:44 remaining in the second half. 70-53 Oswego State. And Marymount trying to build a comeback at Max Zeal Gymnasium. Got to go to their big guys who can step up for them. Marcus Stubbs, Wyatt Hockenberry, even Montel Cooper's been having a good day for the Saints.
Yeah, as mentioned, those changes they made, Lakers, one of their last 6, really relying, especially in the second half, on Wyatt Hockenberry. Just 3 of 9 in the game, 2 of 6 from deep, but has been attempting a lot of shots and has made a few in this second half. You mentioned Montel Cooper as well, 12 points, 6 rebounds, getting close to his numbers from the Atlantic East Championship game of 13-7. And they really do need to start, I think, attacking the inside here. They were doing it a lot in the first half where they penetrate on the dribble before passing it out, looking for open looks that way. You haven't seen it as much here in the second half, but I think that was the way they, especially when the Lakers went cold in the first half, was the way the Saints got a lot of their points.
7:44 remaining in the second half as Caleb Cook will go to the line. Cook averaging 7.4 points per game for the Lakers this season off the bench. 44% from the field and 69% from the free throw line. He sinks the first. Sean Edwards comes back into the game for the Lakers. And so does Jack Bafano for the Saints. Bafano. Beckett to Stubbs. Finds Cooper. Cooper on the inside. Can't hit the layup. And Bowman's able to grab the rebound. Lakers looking to go on a fast break. And they'll slow it down. 7:15 to go in the half. Edwards. Finds Bowman. Bowman on the inside, has it tipped away, and it goes out of bounds off of Bowman, and the Saints will take possession.
Excellent defense from the Saints there at the perimeter, playing everybody tight. Didn't allow any for dribble penetration or passes, really.
Cooper. It's a Beckett and Harris. 12 on the shot clock. Stubbs looking for options. Lost it on the inside. Bafano tried to get it to go. Could not get it. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2 for the Saints.
Bafano, 6'6", sophomore, listed at guard from Bridgeport, West Virginia. Just 6.5 per game scorer this year, but over 50% from the field.
Bafano can hit the first. Jeremiah Sparks comes back in for Aki Anderson. So the Lakers hold a 72-53 lead. There's 6:37 to go. Bafano can't hit either free throw. Lakers with possession, Sparks. Achille. Back to Sparks, 10 on the shot clock. Sparks trying to get around Cooper. A tough fade around jumper. And it's tipped out of bounds. 1 on the shot clock. Lakers got to get it up quickly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the play they run here and whose hands they decide to put it in, whether it be a quick three or around the basket for Bowman or Achille.
Sparks gets it in, and a shot clock violation on the Lakers. Turnover number 8 forced by Marymount. 6:06 to go, 72-53 Oswego State.
Both teams scoreless in the last about minute and a half. Marymount's scoreless streak going about 2.5 minutes.
Marcus Stubbs trying to break that. Beckett, down low to Bafano. Backing down Sparks. Tough fadeaway jumper, and it doesn't go for Bafano. Sparks to Jamal Achille. Achille on the inside. Can't get it to go. Tipped out of bounds off of Caleb Cook. And Marymount will take possession.
Play really slowing down here late in the second half. Both squads potentially just running out of energy.
Air pretty much taken out of Max Seal Gymnasium right now. Both teams really struggling. Cooper to Beckett. He'll try a three. And Marymount finally break the drought.
Marymount bringing a 1-for-8 streak from deep there, but still down by a significant amount.
Sparks to Achille. Sean Edwards. Down to Jeremiah Sparks. 10 on the shot clock. Sparks backing down Cooper. Gets the layup to go inside.
That's excellent strength showed from Jeremiah Sparks.
Marymount in transition. Beckett is fouled. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2. 4:35 remaining in the second half. 74-56. Oswego State lead it. The Saints looking to mount a comeback. We'll start with Beckett at the line for 2.
And that foul went against Jamal Achille, who is checking out here, up to 4, just 1 away from fouling out on the game.
Achille goes out, Anderson comes back in. Harris takes a seat for Marymount. Rashawn Cook comes in. And another substitution as Wyatt Hockenberry comes in for Marcus Beckett. 4:35 to go. Edwards stuck in the trap, got out of it. Cook will bring things out for the Lakers. 15 on the shot clock, Aki Anderson. Six on the shot clock. Cook to Sparks. A tough jumper, and it doesn't go. Edwards with the offensive rebound, and it's tipped away by Cook. Rashawn Cook. 3:55 to go. Bafano to Stubbs. Finds Hockenberry. Bafano to Cook. He'll try a 3, and it doesn't go. Marymount, one of their last 6 from deep.
Both squads really struggling as of late, but the Lakers have decided that it's time to start playing slow and methodical.
Stubbs is going to foul Anderson. That's going to be number 3 on Marcus Stubbs. 3:26 to go. The NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament, round of 64, Oswego State against Marymount. And the Lakers lead it 74-57. Zach Malamuth alongside Brian Burrows. The last 3:30 of this game. Take me through both sides and what they're thinking right now.
For the Lakers, it's going to be slow everything down, run the shot clock down to as close to 0 as you can get it. You still have to hit baskets. A 17-point lead with 3.5 minutes to go in basketball is not safe. All it takes is a couple players for the Saints to get hot. For the Saints, you need to be moving the ball really fast. They have been cold as of late. You need to start hitting shots, finding the players who are going to get hot late here if you want to make this comeback. They really have, the last couple possessions, not moved as fast as I personally thought they may. They have tried to pass the ball around and find open shooters, but they had been looking good in the fast break and pushing the ball. So really think that's how they will be going back to running their offense fast in transition.
And the winner of this game is going to have a tough opponent in the round of 32. John Carroll waiting for one of these two teams. John Carroll with just 4 losses on the season. Their conference tournament ended in a rough way. They lost to Marietta.
Marietta, team this Lakers squad knows pretty well. Lost to them in the Sweet 16 last season, but as a whole, a tough conference that the Blue Streaks play in.
The Lakers with a 19-point lead. Robeck to Sparks. Sparks on the inside, can't hit the layup, gets the offensive rebound, puts it up, and it's no good. Cooper looking to answer, and an and one for Montel Cooper.
Plays like this is what going to get the Saints back in this game. Excellent play by Montel Cooper in the fast break to drive, make sure Caleb Cook stays in front of him to draw the contact and still finish the and one.
Second foul on Caleb Cook. The Lakers' 6th team foul. Saints 1 away from the bonus as Cooper completes the and one. 76-60 Oswego State. 3:03 to go. Some substitutions. One substitution for Marymount as Hockenberry takes a seat and Marcus Beckett comes back in. 3 minutes to go. Jeremiah Sparks finds Aki Anderson. Lakers going to run down the clock. Sparks to Bowman. Finds Anderson in the paint. Into the body of Cook. And it doesn't matter. He knocks it down.
Aki Anderson has shown multiple times in this game that contact is not going to bother him in the paint.
Travel from Marcus Stubbs and a big turnover for Marymount, number 16 on the evening. .228 to go. Sparks to Bowman. Green's going to try a 3, and it doesn't go. 2:20 left.
Lakers stay cold from deep now. 1 of their last 9 going back to the first half. Just 1 of 4 in the second half.
Stubbs tries a 3. It's no good. Lakers going to try and run down some clock. As Anderson gets around Stubbs. Robeck to Sparks, and he traveled. Some turnovers for both teams. Hockenberry is going to come back in for Beckett. 78-60. Oswego State lead it in the round of 64. 1:56 remaining at Max Hill Gymnasium in Oswego, New York. So Rashawn Cook brings it up the floor. Stubbs almost had it taken away. Bafana. Great pass down to Cook, and he's denied by Bowman.
Excellent positioning from Cartier Bowman.
Robeck with an open three. It doesn't go for the Lakers. Cooper moving quickly, and he's denied by Sparks.
There's back-to-back big-time blocks for the Lakers.
Sparks to Bowman. Aki Anderson. Spin around jumper. Up to 24 on the evening. Aki Anderson.
And he sets his season high as well with 24 points. He's 9 of 12 from the field. Actually, 10 of 13 from the field tonight. And the Lakers with a 20-point lead. We'll see some of their bench players find the court.
And a standing ovation from the crowd at Max Hill Gymnasium as both Marymount and Oswego State let their starters get some rest. It's going to be the end of the line for the Saints. An unbelievable season with a conference championship win. Made it to the NCAA tournament. They bow down on the road in Oswego.
Yeah, for the Saints team, it's not over. Their three top scorers, Stubbs, Hockenberry, and Cooper, all juniors. They have at least one more year of eligibility, maybe two. And a team that you could easily see right back in this tournament next year. The story is not over for the Saints team.
40 seconds remaining. Harris finds Boyd. Boyd will try a three. Doesn't go. Rashawn Grant gets the rebound for Oswego State. 4 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Lakers going to have to take one more shot. Cam Chance will pull up from the free throw line, and it does not go. Harris going to bring it up. Finds Etienne. Etienne in the paint, and a tough shot doesn't go. Boyd trying to grab it. He puts it up, and a foul is going to be called. It's going to go on Rashawn Grant with 2.9 seconds remaining. Peja Boyd is going to go to the free throw line.
Fans unhappy about the foul call. I think just 3 seconds on the clock. They're thinking just let the game end here. But give Peja Boyd his moment at the free throw line late in this one.
Boyd makes the first. Now 80-61.
Boyd, a freshman from Bowie, Maryland, hoping that this team, for the next 3 years of his career, will be right back here.
As time expires, that will do it. As the Oswego State Lakers on their home floor, Max Hill Gymnasium, surpass the Marymount University Saints by a score of 80-62. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows, a great game for Oswego, and they just found a way to get the job done. A couple of slumps throughout the game, but the game was really out of reach at a certain point for Oswego.
Yeah, the Lakers did a good job in this one, especially coming out of the second half, to play good defense, find a rhythm, and they kept the Saints just 10 of 28 from the field, 2 of 11 from deep. In the second half, the Saints shot under 40% as a whole on the game, but the Saints certainly played well. They played tough the entire game. They never gave up. Continued to push the Lakers throughout the entire game and kept the Lakers, as you mentioned, one of those slumps coming right towards the end of the game with just about 5 minutes to go. They really were trying to make this comeback count.
And Marymount, their season ends today, but a gritty effort from them to stay in this one in a tough environment on the road.
Yeah, I think the Lakers benefited from the home court advantage, the crowd really pushing them on, and they'll be back here tomorrow with the home crowd to play John Carroll. But like I said earlier in the broadcast, home court advantage helps, but in an NCAA tournament where every game matters, every team is playing their hardest.
Stay tuned for the post-game show. Zach Malamud, Brian Burrows, the NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament. It finishes the Oswego State Lakers 80 and the Marymount University Saints 62. Thank you for joining us.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
Shine on that boy.
Look at the bling. Look at do we got a diamond tester on?
Yeah, that's getting bad. Yep.
10 out of 10 recommend on Yelp.
Score going to the playoffs. I can't believe I missed that. Every time I'm buzzed, I spend too much time on my phone. What? I should take your phone away. No. I'll call for a ride. Hey, why does my face look like that?
I'm playing with these new face filters.
Okay, you know what? Yep, that's mine. I'm gonna need that back. No. Kevin!
Welcome inside the Outroker studio for the post-game show. After 40 minutes of play, the Lakers move on to the round of 32, knocking off the Marymount Saints 80-62. Welcome back inside the Outroker studio. Jacob Bradley alongside Tommy Tyler and Kenny Gerard for the final time today. Oh, how sad, how sad. But a great game from both sides today. The Lakers wind up picking up the victory. Gentlemen, let's get your opening thoughts.
Yeah, the Lakers, they played their brand of basketball in this one, and they got off and running, and it led to a big win for them.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, the Lakers were just clicking on all cylinders today. Marymount had its moments and it had its good players, just like Hockenberry.
That's right.
But, it just wasn't enough to keep up with the Lakers today.
Let's take a look at some of those highlights in this game today. It was an absolute back-and-forth battle, but the Lakers, we mentioned in the intermission, in the halftime report, just how much that the Lakers had that lead. It was a comfortable 7, 8, 9 points. The Lakers wind up expanding that to 18, picking up the victory time.
Yeah, like we said, they shot well from the field, 42.6% on the day. Three-point numbers were a little down, ended the day with 31.6%. But the rebounds, 41 total rebounds, out-rebounded them 41-33. But the offensive rebounds, 13-6, defensive rebounds, 28. They were on the glass and getting points in the paint, too.
Absolutely. Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, even Oswego, think about the free throw percentage, 94.1% to Marymount 75. They're making the easy shots that they need to make, and Oswego everything was dropping for them tonight.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Kenny, with the free throw percentage, because that's where the Lakers are going to want to sit. If you're going to be getting free opportunities at the line, especially in the playoffs, you better be converting on those chances. But we're going to take a look at the game summary here in just a moment. A little sneak preview because it's a little bit over here to our right. Turnovers, Marymount led, here it comes, there it is. Led in turnovers, 16-10. Again, just kind of keeping that same thing in the first game. Team that turns over the ball more winds up being the team that goes home.
Yeah, so we say a lot every time in March, who's hitting the free throws, who's not turning the ball over. That's what you're going to see a lot in these beginning games.
And again, we see in the second half, the points in the paint for Oswego was much, much higher than Marymount. They had those offensive rebounds, those second chance shots, and I mean, guys just like Bowman were just hitting all the shots that they needed to make.
Absolutely. Well, the Lakers were led, of course, by Aki Anderson, who dropped 24 tonight. We're going to do a little player comparison between the two teams' top scorers. We have Montel Cooper up on top of the Saints, and then Aki Anderson led the Lakers. Let's take a look at that right now. Just both sides. I mean, this is no shade to either team. Montel Cooper absolutely led this team. I told you he was kind of my player to watch there.
He did.
Take a little bit of a little nod for that one. But 15-8 certainly doesn't go unnoticed. That is a tough game, especially in a Laker team that was very, very difficult today. But Aki Anderson, we talk about the Lakers, how deep they are, how different guys can jump up and lead in the scoring. I don't think any of the three of us had Aki Anderson as the guy that was going to lead the Lakers today. He winds up doing it with 24, 3, and 5. So Kenny, just big game from both guys, but Aki Anderson winds up getting it done for the Lakers.
Yeah, Aki Anderson was great tonight. I mean, he just had all of his shots hitting. He was hitting everything that he needed to do. I mean, Anderson, he went under the radar for us. We didn't really pick him as our guy to watch, but hey, he proved himself today.
Tommy, 77% from the floor was Aki Anderson today. What type of shooting, or how does a shooting performance like that just help you mindset-wise going into the future?
I think it helps a tremendous amount. You know, it gives you the confidence. And I think you kind of saw that today because he had a really good shooting performance in the SUNYAC title game. I think that's a very big thing with shooters is the mental game with it. Because if you're off, it gets in your head a lot and you're starting to notice the percentages go down. But if you get in a rhythm and stay in that rhythm, you'll see the numbers rise.
Well, Tommy, me and you were talking off camera a little bit about back when the NBA was in the bubble.
Yes.
And how being able to kind of sleep in your own bed, showing up to a court that's only 5 minutes away. How important is that tonight in Aki Anderson and the rest of the team? Because Jeremiah Sparks was right up there with 21 as well. How important was that for the shooting tonight for the Lakers to know that, hey, we're on our home floor, and also going into tomorrow knowing that they're on their home floor again?
Yeah, that's really big because it helps with the routine. You know, a lot of the shooters, they get in this routine. They're able to, like you said, sleep in their own bed, not have dead legs. They know how the court is. They know what the rims are like. They know all these things that can help to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, no one's in a dorm bed is really comfortable. But when it's your own dorm bed and you're not in a hotel, 5 hours or however far away you are, it's a lot nicer, honestly.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the updated bracket following the two games that we just broadcasted you here today. It's Oswego State and JCU in the round of 32. And look at me spitting bars up here as well. So that'll be coming your way tomorrow. But that, again, now that we've seen both teams, guys, John Carroll dropped 91, Oswego State dropped 80. So you know that this is going to be a high-scoring game. But John Carroll, I mean, are we looking at them as maybe a team that can maybe break some brackets here? Because they looked dominant in that game against Albertus Magnus.
Yeah, John Carroll and Oswego State, I think it's going to be a very up-tempo game.
Yeah.
I saw both these teams being able to run up and down the court. They also do both have some good three-point shooters that didn't show up tonight. Well, so we'll see how they translate that into the next game. They had shooters that usually don't show up tonight. We'll see how that goes. As for Randolph-Macon right now, 35-6 on Wilson. Kenny.
I mean, yeah, that's your defending national champions. Like we said earlier, you had the bullet, the bullseye right on the chest. They're the ones to beat, and, well, Wilson's not doing that right now.
Well, they remind me of like an old Midwestern cowboy walking into the saloon saying, look, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? That 35-6 run to start the game, oh, my goodness, that is insane. But that's going to do it for us here on the post-game show. Thank you for tuning in to all of everything that we produced for you guys today. I've been Jacob Bradley alongside Tommy Talerino and Kenny Gerard for all the producers and all the directors that helped put this broadcast forward. We also want to thank the NCAA as well for everything and helping us out through this. It's been an absolute pleasure. But we'll make sure to tune in tomorrow night because we're bringing you JCU going against Oswego State tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it. All coming up tomorrow.